Let me call the meeting to order. Tuesday, August 20th, 2024. The time is approximately 6:03 in the evening. My name is Frank Reinow. I'm Mayor Pro Tem. The meeting is streamed on the village website. The public can also participate via Zoom. Instructions and overall public participation guidance is listed on the website and on page 5 of the meeting packet. The Village of Los Ranchos is providing the ability for the public to participate in hybrid meetings. As with any application, digital service, or software, the opportunity for failure can occur. Therefore, the village is not responsible for the inability to connect to the meeting, either by Zoom meeting, link, or viewing via live stream. The meeting video and audio is recorded and will be available online after the meeting on the village website. Let me call the roll. Trustee Benavides?
Here.
Trustee Kiefer?
Here.
Trustee Radnovich?
Here.
Trustee Ranow here. Okay. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We have scouts to present the colors. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. So, gentlemen, before you leave, can you talk with us a little bit about your experience in Scouts? To the audience, yeah.
So,
Your name as well?
my name is Erin Madrid, and I am working on my cooking merit badge. And cooking is important because, well, it helps prevent food poisoning.
That's a good thing.
Preventing food poisoning is important, and flavor is also important.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Okay. So we're looking now for approval of the agenda. Is there a motion to approve or amend the agenda for this evening?
Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to, and I don't know if tonight's the right night to do it, but I would like to move our trustee informal discussion to number 7 instead of the end of the night, so that people who are here to speak, we can also talk about things that are on our mind. If tonight is not the night and we'd like to change it to next month, that's fine, but I would like to work towards moving it up on the agenda. As long as Danielle and everyone thinks that's an okay idea, that thinks that works.
Is there discussion from the governing body? Trustee Benavides?
I understand the point, and I agree that by the time that the trustees get an opportunity to voice their opinions or make statements that might be of interest to the general public, there might be 1 or 2 people left here in the village hall. And so I think what he's trying to do is to overcome that and being able to make some announcements. It doesn't have to be called informal discussion, but let's say we had something like announcements early on. Would that work for you? So it's something for your consideration.
Trustee Kiefer?
I agree, because I think the more people we can get involved in hearing the thought process of the board, the better the community.
I'd certainly support it as well. So could, let's see, could Trustee Radovich, can you kind of make an amendment then to the agenda
For tonight?
for tonight?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I would like to amend the agenda to move up, I'm scrolling, the number 13 item, trustee informal discussion, to the number 6. Hold on one second, sorry. Yeah, to number 7. And then therefore move presentations to 8, financial business to 9, and so forth down our agenda.
Okay.
Was that accurate enough, Danielle?
Mayor Pro Tem Trustee, yes.
Okay. So at this point, then, do we have to then vote on the amendment and then the agenda?
We need a second.
I do need a second.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'll second
Oh, I'm
that.
sorry, yeah. Okay. So then we're looking at then modifying the agenda for this evening. Number 7 then would be trustee discussion, and then the other items then we push back. Okay. So there is a second.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion from the governing body? Okay. So let me then call the roll then. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay, thank you. So we'll do that. Okay. All right, so we have the agenda, and so let's move on then to the next item, which is general public comment. Participants wishing to speak on topics that do not appear on the agenda will be given 3 minutes. No action can occur on these items. If you have questions, please feel free to contact staff during business hours. Danielle, would you please proceed by calling up individuals that signed up for general public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Pro Tem and Trustees. Our first individual is Jeff Phillips. If you would, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Jeff Phillips, 605 Schulte Road, Northwest, Mayor Pro Tem, Trustees. We're going to take a walk, and September 28th, it's a Saturday, is National Good Neighbor Day, and a group of us are going to take a walk that evening. And we're inviting everyone to join us. The precise details are being worked out, but the broad strokes are, again, Saturday, September 28th, early evening. We're going to center it around Pueblo Acequia and Guadalupe Trail, with kind of Chamisal as the north, Green Valley as the south, and Pueblo Solano from 4th in, kind of in that general vicinity. We'll walk, talk, greet neighbors, talk to each other, just have an opportunity to get together as a neighborhood on National Good Neighbor Day. And so save the date, and if anybody is interested in more information, I did build a email address, which is walklosranchos@gmail.com. And we'll put some flyers out and things like that. Real informal, organic, and hopefully benefit us going forward. So that's all I've got. Thank you so much for your time. It is Saturday, September 28th. Saturday, September 28th. And it'll be, did I get? Saturday, September 28th.
And the email address?
walklosranchos@gmail.com. Early evening, precise details soon, maybe about 5:30. I've looked at when twilight is, and I think 5:30 is probably a good target time, but we'll have a couple of starting points and really, we'll come up with some more detail, but ultimately it's let's get together and walk together. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tom Donilon.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. My name is Tom Donilon. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest. I'm pleased to be able to speak with you tonight, that you're allowing us to do this once again. One of the things struck me as I was reading the packet was at the meeting, I think it was two months ago, the number of people speaking about being upset about the legal fees. And the legal fees are, outrageous. There's no doubt about it. But the reason there were legal fees was because we had an administration and a mayor who refused to listen to the citizens. And so we, as the residents, had to resort to legal action to get heard. And that seems to be getting lost in everybody complaining about the legal fees. And even, I want to say that one of the trustees said, as opposed to expressing his real opinion on it, said, wait a minute, I want this to go through the courts, which meant that he wanted the legal fees to continue. So be aware when you say things that those are part of what has to happen. That, we the residents were left to do, that was our only recourse that we had, and the courts held us out as being accurate, that the mayor did do illegal things, and that our legal fees that we incurred were worth it because we got heard. If anything, we should be petitioning former Mayor Lopez for reimbursement of those fees for his actions. And the other thing that struck me as I was reading was we have Decker Sabatini doing the design for the old Village Hall. They messed up with what they did at 4th and Osuna. Why do we have them here doing another project for us when they don't have any sense of what this village is about or what should be there? The third thing that I want to say is that when you're doing the study on traffic studies on Osuna, it's got to be more than the lights and the corners. Because what's critical is Osuna between 2nd and 4th Street, that there has to be an interval in there, especially at rush hour when there are people in the neighborhoods there that get out on that street can get out on the street. Because as it stands, those traffic signals, no matter what the signal is, the traffic is always allowed to turn and move on Osuna. So there's nothing that stops the traffic moving in either direction on Osuna except at the corners. And that means that oftentimes, one straggling car can hold up the entire group of people trying to get out of the neighborhood and get to work. So now then you're going to add more traffic on there. You need to look at what those intervals are. Thank you very much.
The speaker's time has expired.
Thank you. Mr. Bill Shen, if you would.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustee, I'm Bill Shen. I'm 8646 Rio Grande Boulevard, Northwest. I want to talk about Agri-Nature Center. It is about 50 acres of irrigated open space. This is the crown jewel of Los Ranchos. Okay, there are only 3 permanent staff to manage this crown jewel, and they are overworked. They really are overworked. So as a volunteer, I volunteered in Agri-Nature Center since 2018. In 2019, I liked it so much, I led a group are master gardener, about 25 of them, and volunteer every Wednesday during the growing season, Wednesday morning. Okay, there are also about 3 or 4 community volunteers from all over the city. By the way, the volunteers come as far as East Mountain. Okay, so they felt strongly about Agri-Nature Center to volunteer all the way from East Mountain to help out the staff. Surprisingly little people from the village, okay? I wanna implore the trustees and the residents to please come out to help. We just lost our very, very capable agricultural manager, Joshua O'Hearn. The staff are in shock, okay? They just, I think they really need all the help they could get, and they're also looking at working overtime for the next 3, 4, maybe 5 months while the new manager are getting picked. As a aside, I really think you should pay your staff. I know they're getting this flex time, but they're so busy, they cannot even use their flex time. And so you really should pay them overtime for that. So I like to ask everybody to come out, support Agri-Nature Center. This is crown jewel of our village. And that come out, take a class, teach a class. I know Administrator Avila, and I work with Gilbert, Trustee Benavides, teaching the growing, pruning grapes and stuff like that. But please, rest of you, please come out and visit this, encourage your staff, support your staff. They need all the help they can during this difficult time. This is the crown jewel of Los Ranchos. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gordine McKenzie?
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest. I have a few things that I wanted to say. One, first of all, I'd kind of like to set the record straight. There has been a lot of misinformation spread about Friends of Los Ranchos, some of it in the newspaper, some of it publicly. And 2 things that Friends of Los Ranchos, and this was also said in court, which was very erroneous, that Friends of Los Ranchos left the mediation early. We did not. That was published by Chad Renneker in the paper. That was said by his attorney, Marcus Real. We stayed the entire time until all 3 attorneys said that it was time to leave. The second thing, which becomes a rumor, is that Friends of Los Ranchos are against affordable housing. Nothing could be further from the truth. We are for affordable housing. We wish that it had been integrated into the village so people wouldn't be isolated in one area, which would have been better for the community altogether and would have us dealing with one another. But I just want to set that straight because there's so much misinformation, and the demonizing of Friends of Los Ranchos began with Chad Renneker's attorney, David Campbell. And if you go back and watch some of those meetings, and it's just been a campaign of misinformation. Friends of Los Ranchos is about acquiring open space. Joe Craig was instrumental in starting the Agri-Nature Center. He also secured the Del Norte open space, and long time ago, he laid plans and planted the seed for getting the Maxie Anderson house. That's the type of work that Friends of Los Ranchos has historically done. Now I want to switch to another topic. I'd like to ask all of you if you have any historical pictures of 4th Street. The Los Ranchos Historical Society has been invited to participate in a Route 66 celebration that is going to be advertised nationally and internationally. And we're looking for stories and pictures of 4th Street because it's a whole focus on Route 66. And we will be doing a talk with other small communities where we trade information, and we're hoping to—
The speaker's time has expired.
link with the village and really promote our businesses and Los Ranchos as a place of destination. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Nancy Nangeroni, please.
Hi, Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. Mayor Pro Tem and trustees, thank you for hearing me tonight. I want to start out by thanking the people who showed up to paint the barn. Thank you so much. It's wonderful that the community can do something like that. I did not participate. I just want to thank the people who did. Today, Robert Chavez sent around the court ruling from Judge Lujan, in which she issued a restraining order against our Jennifer Kiefer from participating in quasi-judicial proceedings with respect to palindrome. And I just want to say 1,169 people voted for Jennifer Kiefer. She got more votes than any other trustee in the last election. And we voted for her because of her opinions, because of her stance on development in the village. And Judge Lujan has deprived us of her voice on this governing body. We take that very seriously. We believe her judgment was based on misinformation. The Albuquerque Journal not only ran Chad Reneker's erroneous piece, they even ran an anonymous piece, and I don't know if this ran in the printed version, but in their online version, they had an anonymous column calling the residents of Los Ranchos snobs because we didn't want affordable housing, which of course was a lie. Jennifer proved her ability to judge impartially when she had to consider the Jim Long property and approving that property. And I think that we owe her, in return for her upholding of her oath, I think we owe her an appeal on that ruling against her. We have 30 days. Thank you. We have 30 days from August 16th to get that appeal in. I think we owe it to her, and we owe it to the 1,169 villagers who voted for her. I remain hopeful that the divides, the chasms that have opened between and among us might be bridged by our collective effort to call out the best in one another. Can we forgive each other our mistakes, our shortcomings, our failures, our misconceptions, our bad-mouthing, our ignorance, our opinions, and even our oppositional strategizing? Our village is a place of cultivation. How about we cultivate the best in one another? We seek out and honor the bits of wisdom that reside in each of us. I'm going to go just a little bit over here.
The speaker's time has expired.
Thank you. Just a little bit over. Keep this a place where differences are respected, where breaches are healed, and where no one, however needy or misguided or out of step, is simply written off. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, with that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we move on now to approval of the minutes. And so let's take a look at the minutes of June 18th. I'm sorry, Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Go ahead.
I'll second.
Okay. Let me call the roll call. Trustee Benavides?
For vote or for discussion? For vote or for discussion?
Can I ask,
I don't have any discussion, though.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
is this approving the minutes, all three?
Well, what we'll do is, what I'd like to do is to go through each so that you have an opportunity, to approve each individually. But I just wanted to see if we had approval just to continue on, to take a look at all of them, and we'll have a chance to comment on each one.
I'd like to make not a motion. I'd like to suggest that we do them all in aggregate.
Okay,
Instead of voting for each one.
okay.
But whatever the pleasure of the rest of the trustees is.
Let's do all of them.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, they're listed as approval of all three sets of minutes.
So it's already
All three
set up.
sets, okay.
Do we do, if there are corrections, do we do that before we vote, or do we do that now?
You'd make the corrections before you vote?
Okay. Did you have comments?
I don't think so.
You want to go to
Trustee
me?
Benavides, you have comment?
Okay, let's see.
Mayor Pro Tem, I don't believe we had a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. First, yeah,
Yeah.
you seconded.
We did.
Apologies, I do see that. I did record Ranovich, trustee, and Jennifer Kiefer seconding. Apologies.
Let's see. Page 22. Sorry, I'm going to page 22. Page 26, I did have a comment about that. On
Mayor Pro
page-
Tem, trustees, before we go on, can we address what date of the minutes? And then if we can cite the line, that would be helpful.
Sure, I think it is the minutes from July 16th.
Right.
Okay? And on page 26, there was a comment by Katie Flam, who I believe is here today. And I don't know if she said this exactly this way or it got recorded differently, but in there, she said something about the final agreement was finalized in 2022 by Mayor Lopez. It was, if she's talking about the development agreement is 2020. So if you transcribed it as she said it, then that's how it should be. But I was wondering if you could put a footnote in there saying the actual agreement was in 2020.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, I'll go back and listen just to confirm that's what she said.
And if it is exactly as she said, could you put a footnote that it was actually a 2020 development agreement?
Yes, I'll make that correction.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I do also want to make a note that in the July 16th minutes, Mr. Tom Donnellan's address was incorrect. It was listed as 6665 Edgewood. So the corrected minutes will reflect his actual address of 6668 Edgewood Drive.
Okay. That's all I have.
Trustee Kiefer? None? Okay. Trustee Ranovich?
I have nothing as well.
Okay, I don't have any other. Okay. So we can proceed on. So again, let me call the roll call vote. And this is again approval of all three sets of minutes. Trustee Benavides?
Yes?
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Ranovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rana, yes. Okay, motion carries 4-0. Okay. This is now the opportunity for trustees to weigh in on issues and concerns that they have. And so let me then begin by asking Trustee Benavides, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, so I would normally say this during the informal discussion. I will not be able to attend Mayor Joe Craig's celebration of life because our son is having a preview of his opera in Oakland, and we promised to be there. This is an opera on Dolores Huerta, and she'll be there as well. So sorry about that. You know, I know it'll be a beautiful event. Trustee Ranovich called my attention to this, so maybe he's going to talk about it. But apparently, the Lavender Festival is moving, and this will come up in our on our agenda later in the reports. And it's moving to the Balloon Fiesta. I was surprised to read that. There's something. Somehow we lost control of something that was really beautiful here in the village. I'm sorry to see Joshua go as well. I think he did a great, excellent job as a director of the Agri-Nature Center, and he stepped up and became the village administrator when we needed him the most. And I thought he did an outstanding job of that. So I've reached out to the New Mexico Municipal League in regards to what constitutes a quorum. So, and this is going to be important to us up here as we go forward, at least for the next couple months. And I believe you have a copy of what I received from the New Mexico Municipal League. It only takes a majority of the governing body, which the maximum governing body is 5, majority is 3 to have a quorum. Now, what about the recusal, right? So Trustee George Ranovich is voluntarily going to recuse himself against any palindrome-related issues, but he can stay at the meeting if he likes. So that qualifies as a sitting member for a quorum, and you can read what I sent to you all about that. And if we have 2 voting members, that is fine. The issue would be if the 2 voting members don't agree on how they vote. But we do have a quorum with 3 people here. Okay. Let me see. Let me address the comment about me wanting to spend more money because I wanted to wait to see what the court was going to do about the appeal. It was in the court because that's where Mel Eves put it. So I would much rather have preferred it to not be in the courts, and it could have remained as a local issue. So no, I was not in favor of all the legal fees to fight that in the previous administration. The Friends of Los Ranchos are doing a lot of great things, but the ugliness continues by at least one member, the president of the Friends of Los Ranchos, attacking both George and myself, suggesting that the whole palindrome project was our brainchild, right, which is totally wrong. And as Attorney Bill Chappell explained last time, we didn't vote to approve anything, right? So I don't know how many times I need to say this. But the ugliness continues, including over the weekend, there was a nasty sign put on Rio Grande Boulevard that I'll just use the initials, but it was spelled out. So basically it said F.U. Don Lopez, F.U. Chad, F.U. Palindrome. Until the ugliness goes away, it's hard for us to come together. Affordable housing, okay. Yes, we all want affordable housing, and we wish it was internal to the village. But reality tells us that it's not going to be affordable inside the village. It's just, there might be some roads off of 4th Street where something could happen. But, when I moved here in '84, yeah, I bought this house for $84,000 at the time with an acre of land. Those days are long gone. And we did have a great mixture of people that had not much in the way of economic means to people. Your neighbor could be someone that was fairly wealthy, and that worked. And I get it. I think society works best when we're all living together and mixed up, right? But just say, yeah, we're in favor of affordable housing, but not those apartments as affordable housing. kind of skates over the point that it's really difficult to put affordable housing anywhere else. And that's okay. If we make the decision that, you know, we don't want any more apartments and we can't do affordable housing, I need to admit that to ourselves. I think that's all I got. Thank you.
Trustee Kiefer?
I really wasn't anticipating informal discussion to be so soon, because usually my brain takes a while to wake up through the meeting. But I guess a couple things that I wanted to bring up is, again, I think it goes back to communication strategy of the village. I still think that we're not meeting the expectations yet. I think there's still opportunities for improvement. How we do that, I don't know, but I'd like to see, you know, kind of get with staff, maybe talk to Mayor Pro Tem, since you're our acting administrator, or the CEO, but get with John and staff to kind of brainstorm some ideas. Because I know postage can be very expensive, but when we're relying on social media, one of the cool things that I saw was I got from the city of Rio Rancho, because I used to live there, which is funny that I get it when I haven't lived there in over 20 years, a community newsletter. But it wasn't a full newsletter. All it was links to their actual magazine, because they put together a magazine like the village does. So it was nice to kind of get that email blast, and I could just click on it and got it virtually rather than postage. So maybe there's opportunities with some hybrid type communication strategies like that. I think depending on strictly mailing or social media needs to be looked at. And I guess to affordable housing, you know, my name was really smeared in the media. That I was an elitist. I was called an elitist in court. I was called some really hateful things, and I guarantee I'm probably I don't live in $1 million house. I live in a very modest house. I live in a modest area of the village. I got to know community members. I got to know people personally, and that's the reason I did this, not to be smeared by neighbors, not to be smeared in court, not to be smeared in the city of Albuquerque. So those that know me know the furthest from the truth. Those that don't know me, please come get to know me. You'll know that that is not the case. But I do think there is opportunity in this village. I think we're very short-sighted if we don't think there's opportunity, because I think as we're considering things like Ordinance 299, we can be very creative with another ordinance. We can create an ordinance that allows maybe, and I'm just dreaming here, so don't crucify me for this idea right away, please. But El Camino, I think El Camino compound has a great idea. Little cottages, you know, 800 to 1,200 square feet. Seniors can downsize into them, new people can afford them. And guess what? You're bringing people in to build equity into the village. They're not apartments where you just have a landlord getting rich. You have people that you can bring the price down in. You can make them $180,000, $200,000, which would be Albuquerque. I mean, Albuquerque's housing is about 300 and some thousand. So even if we can get into the 200, 250 range in small, community central, create a community, that's bringing affordable housing. That's putting people in, that's giving people an investment into the village that's not just making the wealthy wealthy. And so those of you that know me know that I am the furthest from an elitist. I want to help this village. I want to grow this village. I want to attract people into this village, and I want to keep our seniors in this village. I don't want the gentrification to happen where we're pushing people out. I want to protect what we have because we have a jewel in this village. That's all I have to say.
Trustee Radovich.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem, the rest of the trustees. And we can make this more of a discussion if we want. So I think so we can add on to what others are saying. And I don't know if I'll do that. I think I might at the end of what I'm saying, but I've got a few things to bring up. One is I am the one that saw the FU sign on, or one of the people. There may be other people out in the audience that saw it, but saw that FU sign at the house on Rio Grande, about 2 or 3 parcels south of Liz Sanchez Farms. And I was horrified when I saw it. I wasn't even sure if it was legal to use those words on a sign in public. But I mentioned it to Mayor Pro Tem Renaud, and I also mentioned it to Trustee Benavidez, and I probably should have mentioned it to you too, Jennifer, but I just did that at 2 different times. But I really think that it does show, I agree with what Trustee Benavidez said, it does show that there's still these divisions on the Board of Trustees and also within the village. And I appreciate what, well, it's a sign that said FU, so there are divisions. I'm not suggesting that anyone in the audience put up that sign, but my point is that we really do have to heal this, and I don't think it's happening, and I don't think it will happen without us really working on it. And so I'd like to ask Danielle if we could have a closed meeting of just the trustees to talk this through. Because I think even if it's not true, the perception for many of our residents that go beyond those in this audience today still see there's a division. And I think we, as the leaders of the community, the elected officials of the community that we have right now, owe it to ourselves and owe it to the village to talk this through and try to come up with some ways that we can establish some trust and some parity among us. So I just throw that out there as an idea. Danielle, I think we can do that, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Mayor Pro Tem trustees, there are certain guidelines under OMA that have specific reasons as to close a meeting. So if we can go over that and talk about the purpose of that, we can see if it fits under one of those criterias.
So,
if not, we can consider maybe a working session amongst the trustees, and it would be an open session, but we could do something of that nature if you choose, but I'll get back with you on those items.
yeah.
I wouldn't have a problem with that at all. I would certainly call for that. I think it's a great idea.
Danielle,
We need to.
I know we're, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem trustee right now. Could it be personnel issues since we're personnel?
It can be considered under that item of business personnel, but I would need a little bit more insight before I can categorize it under that.
Great.
So
that, I'm not done, but
yeah,
that,
I was just
Yeah,
going
go.
to add something that I'd be more than happy to kind of work with you sort of on a kind of a proposed agenda for that, to put something together, that we can then share with other trustees. Okay, I think it's a great idea.
great. Yeah, I'm happy to get that started, get that ball rolling. Good. So I know Josh has already left. Can anyone in the village tell me, anyone in the administration of the village tell me, are we actively working on a replacement? Can we talk about that?
Mayor Pro Tem trustees, the position has been advertised. It went out in the Sunday paper. It's at the Municipal League. It was on the paper, written, digital. It's on our website, and we have already received a couple of applications. It is open until Tuesday, September 3rd, I believe is the date, when the position closes.
Danielle, there's a number of farming organizations in the state, and we may want to send it to them, so we use some social media to try to pass that word around, because I think for something like that, people may be willing to move, even if they're from the Rio Grande Valley and Hatch.
Sure,
And they may have
that's, we got
credentials.
Josh from down south, so we have sent it out in the AgriNature weekly newsletter as
great.
well, and I know that Sabrina is actively sending it out to their group, so we're hitting all aspects, hopefully, but if there's something that we may have missed and you would like to provide me with additional sources, I would welcome it.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I don't know that much about the agricultural community, but it just seemed like, I know there's, well, Rio Grande Land Trust is one of them. Cecilia Rossacker, I believe she runs that organization. I'm sure, spread it around better than any of us could. She's a good social media-ist, I guess, if that's actually a word. Something that someone said in the public comments, maybe, and I don't remember who, I apologize to whoever said it, talked about maintenance. It might have been Tom, but do we have temporary staff at the AgriNature Center that helps in the summertime when things are so busy?
Mayor
Do
Pro
we
Tem,
hire like
trustees.
the city of Albuquerque does?
We have a seasonal farmer who assists us through the growing season.
So a seasonal farmer. We may want to contact the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps and some other organizations like that, because they're set up to do that. And so when I heard that, I think it was Tom Donnellan, I thought, why don't we have temporary staff like City of Albuquerque and other municipalities do? Most of the municipalities in New Mexico in the summertime do. So just a thought.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, Administrator Avila could probably chime in on this, but we do have a group of teens that assist us at the center and also assisted us with the barn painting, but I can't think of the name offhand.
Yeah, there it goes. They are from the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps. It's a grant that is through the Albuquerque Sign Language Academy. And they have a big presence here and had a launch of their honey badger products on Tuesday last. Senator Heinrich was here, and they presented their material as well as some of the programs they run through the AgriNature Center.
Nice. That's great. So the last thing, I've got two more things is all. One is last week I attended a talk in Santa Fe. Our company sponsored this talk, or we're one of the sponsors. And it's called the Livability Series. And it was put on by HomeWise, which is a housing and home building nonprofit here in New Mexico, based in Santa Fe, but there's an office here as well. And I had the benefit of listening to Chris Wilson. I don't know if you know who Chris Wilson is, but Chris Wilson taught the cultural landscape and landscape history, architectural history and conservation at UNM. He's been retired a couple of years, but he is an authority on housing types and appropriate housing in villages, towns, and cities across New Mexico. And he's specific to New Mexico. I think I would encourage us to do one of two things. That talk was actually recorded It was a kind of a PowerPoint sort of presentation. And then there was a question and answer period for him. And I'd like to suggest that we either play that as an open meeting for the village, or ask Chris, who lives in Los Ranchos, to come and speak to us about housing alternatives, housing types, New Mexico historic and cultural housing types. And I think it would be a really eye-opening presentation for everyone on either side of the palindrome issue. And so I just wanted to throw that out there because I think he'd be more than willing to do that. And I'd actually volunteer to ask him to do that. I have his contact information, and so I throw that out for everyone. And I don't know if anyone in the audience knows Chris, but he's a great orator, and he's a very, very knowledgeable historian for the state of New Mexico. So I throw that out there. And then the last thing is something I brought up last month, and that's that 4th Street, we ought to take care of the 4th Street we have. There's some things wrong out there. I don't think the irrigation's working in a few areas, and I'd like to hire Yellowstone, who we also pay monthly anyway, to investigate, because something's wrong with the irrigation system, or there's some pests that are attacking the trees out there. So I'm gonna keep bringing it up every month until we do something about it. So just throwing that out there, because it's an investment we made. It's an investment that we ought to protect and keep. And there's lots of plants that have died out there. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of points. One is our discussion about affordable housing. We do have affordable housing in the community, and my, kind of just looking around, I think we've got five affordable housing compounds that are rental compounds in the village. And I guess the question that I have is how the determination is made about how much affordable housing is enough. And I just don't know that information, but I'd like to be able to explore it, because I think the city is the one that really has kind of pushed for it, city and county. But I'd like to really kind of find out, because I think that we need to take a look at if there's any other affordable housing projects that it needs to be more consistent with the community. And so it looks like you have a comment.
The APA would be a good choice that's the American Planning Association, of which Makita's a member. And I think we have 2 members in the village staff. So there are also about 5 other affordable housing communities in the village that are otherwise referred to as trailer parks.
Right.
Many of them on 4th Street, most of them.
And so I think as a village, I think we need to kind of get a handle on what we want to do. And again, I'm not opposed to affordable housing. I think we just need to plan it in a way that's consistent with both the needs of the village as well as the culture and traditions of the village. Okay. The second item is that I'd like to kind of recommend that we again move forward on some kind of committee structure for standing committees. I think that there are a number of areas that are issues for the village. Traffic is certainly one. Safety and security is another. Okay, the Ag Center is another. The village, the Voice is another, and folks have been operating, with volunteers, which is great. Okay, which I totally applaud. But I think I'd like to be able to give them some support from the village, and for us to be able to to have members of the trustees kind of serve as liaison to these various committees. There's a lot of work to be done, and so I'm trying to find a way for us to kind of divide it up so that we are not overtaxed ourselves. You know, and again, I can imagine that, you know, we certainly have a lot of things going on at the Ag Center, and, you know, Gil, Trustee Benavides, you've been very much involved in that, okay? Trustee Kiefer, I mean, you certainly have an interest in terms of creating and developing new business, you know, for the community. You know, Trustee Radovich, in terms of design and landscaping, et cetera, sustainability. You know, I think that we've all got interests and backgrounds that can be very beneficial for us all. You know, so I'd like to be able to kind of move forward with that, and I'm going to be working with Administrator Avila on kind of putting together a sort of proposal for committee structure that would also have a sample charter, you know, that committees would be responsible for, you know, so with that we can have standing committees. The final thing is, and I've spoken to Fred about this, is the need for a safety and security plan for the village. And Fred obviously will be available to talk about this later, but we've had some difficulties, some problems that need to be addressed. And I think that we just need to put the resources to it that's required in order for us to be able to ensure that both the facilities that we have, as well as the residents of the community, are safe, okay? You know, and so again, I'm not gonna take away, you know, Fred's, you know, opportunity here, but he's been doing quite a bit in terms of coming up with some things we should consider, okay? That's the only thing that I have to say.
Nice.
Okay.
I love that.
Okay, thank you all very much. Let's kind of move on then to the presentation by Crystal Avalos. Is she here?
Yes, we are.
Well, please come to the podium.
Oh, wow. Okay. With matching shirts.
Yes. Well, hi, everyone. My name is Crystal Avalos, and this is Sarah King. I'm the principal and assistant principal here at Taft Middle School. We just wanted to come and introduce ourselves. We did meet with the Public Safety Committee. We heard some of the concerns that you all had about Guadalupe Trail and the traffic that was happening last school year. The very first week of school, we were out there and there was no traffic. So all is well on Guadalupe Trail, right across the street, well, right by Taft. Sarah, do you want to say anything? No?
We opened up an additional driveway. It hasn't even been an issue. I think we've had 3 people use it. The change of the school day made a tremendous difference, so people aren't needing to sit under the trees along Guadalupe, and that really was the problem. So our school day is 8:05 to 2:50.
Yes. And so we also know that Taft Middle School is going to be going through a transition year. We are still very unclear on what that is, what that looks like. But if you have any questions, there is a new platform that APS uses. It's called Let's Talk. So if you go to the APS website, www.aps.edu, go to the Contact APS.
Connect with us.
Connect with us, and it's called Let's Talk. And voice your questions on what's going to happen with that. That's all we have. Thank you.
Do you all have any questions for us?
Sure, okay. Trustee Benavides, you
I have a
a
question for you. Is Taft Middle School at full capacity for students?
We are not.
And what percentage would you say you're at?
Probably 20%.
20% of full capacity? Wow.
This is typical for most middle schools right now. Even like Garfield right now is about around 270, 275. Taylor Middle School's around 380. So there's just a lot of middle schools that are starting to shrink.
But only 20% of full capacity.
We have, with the portables that are on the east side of our lot, we have space for approximately 1,000 students.
1,300 kids is what we.
And
can
that's, I
house.
mean, that's an uncomfortable number, of course. So we're just a little over 200 right now.
Yeah.
250 maybe.
We're about 250.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Treasurer Adovich? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mayor,
Trustee Kiefer, yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem. So with the transition, where are you expecting to be in future years?
Go ahead.
So right now, they've given us very little information. The talk right now is that the campus of Taft will be restructured for a K-8 dual language magnet school that's presently housed at 4th Street and Lead, Cole area. Their current enrollment is 306. Some numbers were run last year that were not completely accurate, but they're hoping to house 700 to 800 students. It is a non-boundary magnet school, meaning all students are driven by their parents. And so APS is really looking for an opportunity for best use of their facilities, because we do have Taylor and then Taft and then Garfield within, 4-mile line of them with all of those 3 schools. Now, this is all speculation from little bits and pieces that we've put together from different places. We have not gotten any firm information. And we can talk about, if you want to mention. There, just so you all know, the building on Schulte on the north side of campus is scheduled for...
Yes, to be demolished.
Oh,
Yes,
Oh.
the original administrative building, it was hit by lightning. So it doesn't
years ago.
Yeah, and so they're going to demolish that.
Work has been started. They're clearing it out first, and right now it's almost fully cleared. There is asbestos abatement that will happen next. I asked for clarification on how often will the air quality be monitored and that kind of thing. I cannot pull off the top of my head the name of the company that's contracted with APS, but I was assured that APS has full plans for the abatement and the air quality be monitored in the area at all the time, because that's whenever we will be in school. And so we have to keep our students safe. At that point, that they'll start demolition with
Around
October with a plan for it to be completed by December.
So are you needing a new building to be replaced there for your additional growth, or you can accommodate the 700-800 without that building?
We do not even have any firm idea about what is actually even happening in August of 2025. And that's why we highly encourage any village resident that wants to know to use the Let's Talk app through aps.edu, connect with us, fill out a ticket. Everybody is instructed to use the Let's Talk app, including staff, family, community members, because the more that we have our community asking questions, the more we're going to get answers also. So it would be a tremendous support for us.
Is there anything we can do from a governmental side? Do you have the name of, because I don't have any kids in APS, to know who our board member is for this area that we can reach out to?
The board president.
Danielle Gonzalez.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And she's always been very highly responsive to anything that we've asked for, or in other schools we've been in. She's very responsive, but the information at this time has been very minimal for us.
I have spoken with her, and she is quite interested in talking with us about Taft Middle School. So I think we really need to follow up, but I'd like to defer now to Trustee Radnovich. You had a question?
I just had a couple questions, Mayor Pro Tem. Has APS hired an architect to look at it from a master planning perspective?
Yes.
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 So there's a plan somewhere.
Yes.
You just don't know what it is.
No, they haven't communicated with either of us. This is
Would you
why
be able
yours-
to say who the architect is?
I believe it's an entire department, and then they also over the summer hired a full-time real estate broker.
Oh, I meant one of the architects that work on call for APS. Like, is there an architect that?
We have who is in charge of the project at district office for
that one.
dates and about the abatement
I see.
concerns and that kind of thing. We have a contact for that,
Ah.
but we are not, it's, I believe, a department.
Okay,
basis.
got it. And can you, this is just a general question. You said that a lot of schools, middle schools especially, are losing population. Do you have, as APS representatives, do you have ideas for why that's happening? Because you mentioned all three schools, I think, in Los Ranchos.
Every middle school in APS right now is under-enrolled. There's several reasons for it.
Charter schools.
Charter schools,
Is
many
really
schools,
Ah.
charter
primary.
schools.
Charter schools is a big reason for it.
There is a large push for schools to go K-8. A lot of research demonstrates that it is a lot better for students to be in a K environment.
I went
And
K.
so they're kind of thinking about adjusting to models like that. So overall, I mean, population is down. That's a big part of it too. There are a lot less students total to make those numbers lower
Interesting.
than they had been 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah. Thank you. That's all I had.
So at this point, then, we don't know if there's going to be a dual program at the school?
That's what we have heard. We don't have confirmation. We also had, there was also conversation around it being a charter school. And we don't know if it's going to be an APS charter school or if it'll just be a separate charter school and APS is leasing that building to them.
Well, to reiterate, I think that this board is certainly, supportive of what's going on there. And, please kind of keep us informed. And as we find out more about what's going on, if we push APS, we'll certainly make sure that you know what's going on as well. Okay, well, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
About the schools? Sure. Go ahead.
Have you guys had any input on the population potential that the Pellegrom project is going to supply to the Taft Middle School?
No, we've not been asked about any of that.
Demographic data that would give them, or APS, some information as to what the potential population will be that is going to have to attend Taft.
Mm-hmm.
My understanding in talking with Ms. Gonzalez is that that the location of that building, the students there would go to Alvarado
Yeah, so
and not,
the K-8 school that they're proposing right now is a non-boundary magnet school, meaning students came, when I worked there, from as far as Jemez to Belen to get there. So it's a non-boundary magnet school, meaning there's no set of students that are in boundary lines. It's open to all residents who are willing to drive their students there.
The suggestion I was making is that we don't know what the population, student population is going to be that would be attending Taft.
Right.
And if Taft then disappears, where are those students going to go? And then if you have a magnet school with the traffic inbounding from all over the city and the region, now we're talking about traffic issues and we have to.
So Taylor Middle School is under construction. They're creating a new building. And so another conversation is there's potentially sending Taft students to Taylor. So that's something that's been on the table as
They'll
well.
be redrawing the lines for where students go, Garfield or Taylor. But one thing that I can say with confidence is that we are able to meet with Mr. Zaradovich, am I saying it right? And our
Mr.
Blues
Lane.
team and,
Mr. Lane.
that's right. And talk about different parts of our current campus that have potential for flows of traffic, because we problem solved for about an hour about the best ways to have traffic flowing and stuff like that.
What is Taylor Middle School building? Do you know?
It's on Guadalupe, just about.
Yeah, I know where it is. I live near, very close to
It's
it.
just an additional building that they're.
Oh, what are they doing?
Oh, I just meant what type of, is it like a gym or a classroom or, don't know. Just
They're on the
curious.
capital master plan to have building improvements and possibly added on.
Oh.
So it's building improvements mostly for infrastructure. And we do encourage anybody that wants to volunteer at Taft. We need volunteers at our campus. The volunteer process can be found online at aps.edu. It's a $12 charge to come and volunteer on our campus for 2 years coverage. And we would love anybody who wants to spend some time with some really great kids to come volunteer.
Hold on, we're paying you to volunteer?
Oh, no, we are running constantly all day long.
Well, thank you very
We'll give
much
you
for
the
the
fun job.
presentation. Yeah, thank you both, thank you for both the presentation, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on then to the financial business. So this is now, is there a motion to approve the July 2024 cash report?
Please do it.
I'll make a motion to approve the July 2024 cash report.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, would you like to have Mr. Will Fisher, our treasurer, present it first?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before you is the cash report for July. The ending balance was $12,156,736.42, which is a decrease of negative $271,611.29 for the month, with year-to-date deficiencies over expenditures of negative $271,611.29. Thank you.
So now, that's it, okay. Is there a motion to approve the July 2024 cash report?
I'll make a motion to approve the July 2024 cash report.
Thank you, okay. Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay. Discussion from the governing body, trustee Benavides.
Yes, let's see. Page 41. Yes, so page 41, looking at the GRT for the month of July, I just want to make note that it was the most I've ever seen for the month of July by a long shot. And I know how these things go. They go up and down, so, 1 point certainly doesn't make a line, 2 points doesn't make a trend, right? So, but I thought it was notable. Let's see. Page 42, the very next report. So the actual cash basis from period to date is $484,937. However, if I go back to the previous page and I add the GRT, the franchise tax, and the fund revenue, that comes to $547,373. And I have a feeling that I've asked this question before and you explained it to me before, but explain it to me why that $547,000 does not appear on page 42 for the cash basis, for the revenue. Did you follow my question?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, so I believe I followed your question. Page 42 is just the general fund. So what you're looking at there is just a general fund roll-up.
Correct. So
It's
some of
not,
that
does not include any of the other funds.
So if I add up all the numbers on the previous page, the total GRT, the franchise tax, and the fund revenue, it comes to $547,000. And of that, I think you're telling me that only $484,900 and something went into the general fund, and the balance went somewhere else, right?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, that is correct. 15% of GRT is put into the road fund each month.
Okay, explains it. On that same page, on page 42, for the expenditures, it appears that our actual expenditures are a lot less than what we had planned to spend. Does that mean we have some catching up to do?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Benavides, that is correct. So with the start of a new fiscal year, there are certain things that we expect to pay, but we don't always have paid right away. One of the things that stands out to me immediately that I know has not been paid because we have not received the distribution from the state is the Fire Protection Fund. That comes from the state, and then we pay it out to the county. We have not received that distribution, where in the past, sometimes it has hit in July and we have paid it in July. So there is just some catching up to do and timing whenever we get invoices versus when checks go out. Those type of things will affect that budgeted amount and the actuals.
Okay. That's a fine explanation. So in the check register on page 47, we have $34,386 being paid to the law firm of Ward Law Firm, okay? And it states that this is for a litigation in the month of June. If I take us back, and I'm going to look at Attorney Bill Chappell for an answer. If we look back at our May 29th BOT meeting, and based upon the recent judgments by Judge Lujan, 11A did not pass. The litigation on pending matters for the RFP 2024-04-LIT, Ward Law Firm, did not pass. And I'm wondering if this check is invalid, we should not be paying that. And you know, I think given that I think this is the item where Trustee Ranovich was told his vote doesn't count, but it was a legislative issue, which means everybody got to vote on that. There was no need. If you call it a quasi-judicial, then that means only Frank and I could have voted on that. So which is it? Is it quasi-judicial or is it legislative? And why does the ruling still stand on that vote?
Mayor Renaud and Trustee Benavides, are you addressing that question to me?
I am, yeah.
Okay. The reason that vote stands up is because under the statutory and Ethics Commission rulings, the disqualification of Trustee Radnovich is mandatory. I know you've got a memo from June 3rd from Paul Kipper, in which he applied the Robert's Rules of Order test. I have a copy of a letter and an email to him from June 19th that I'll be happy to provide to you, in which I outline the difference between the voluntary disqualifications and the mandatory disqualifications. In that letter, and I've got copies I can hand out, I asked him if he disagreed with that to please advise me, and that was on June 19th, and he has not contacted me since that. So we have several types of conflicts that can come up. The second half is that the self-insurance fund and Mr. Kippert as general counsel, I have nothing against him, I've worked with him on things, has absolutely no authority to interpret the regulations and the rules and things that apply to the village. That's beyond their authority. And so that was somehow requested of him on June 3rd, and he wrote it. But I have asked him if he disagrees with my conclusion on June 19th. I've not heard a word from Mr. Kippert since then.
So is that item quasi-judicial or is it legislative?
It doesn't make any difference in a financial conflict. there is a Board of Ethics ruling that says that a person that's conflicted on a financial matter cannot participate in an official act. And in that context, what was happening is the husband of a lady whose contract was being reviewed didn't get to vote. He wasn't in a voting capacity. He was only in the capacity of reviewing the contract. And the Ethics Committee said he could not participate.
So it's important to me that you answer the question, was that item 11A from the May 29th BOT, which had to do with RFP to the Ward law firm, is that legislative or quasi-judicial? You should be able to answer that.
I believe that that is well, there are different things besides legislative and quasi-judicial. It was not a quasi-judicial decision.
Okay. Sounds like that's probably the best I'm going to get from you for now. That's all I have on this item. Yeah.
Trustee Kiefer?
I have nothing.
Trustee Radnovich?
I have a question, I guess for you, Tammy. Why are we still paying the Stelzner law firm?
Mayor Pro Tem and Trustee Radnovich, there was a bill that came in for items that were handled. I don't have the specifics in front of me, but they were small items of wrapping up and I believe working with the Ward law firm. I'm not sure if there's someone else who has that information available to them right now, but I do not have that bill in front of me to be able to give you specifics.
I see, okay. Thank you, I just thought that was odd.
I can answer the question.
Oh.
Mayor Renaud and Trustee Radnovich, when the issue came up about filing a motion for reconsideration or an appeal of the Barella-Shepard decision, all of the pleadings, everything that had been done in that case had been done by the Stelzner law firm. Mr. Ward requested through me, and I think through approved with Mayor Renaud, if he could consult and bring in Nan Winters to brief him and provide the information, the background that would support a motion for rehearing and possibly an appeal of the decision. And she did that. She had a couple of conversations and she provided a briefing on those issues.
So, and this is a similar question to Trustee Benavidez's question. I still believe that my vote counted in the case that Mr. Benavidez just talked about. Are we still contracted with the Ward law firm?
Mayor Renaud and Trustee Radnovich, it is my opinion that the vote was legal, the contract was properly approved, and we were still under contract with the Ward law firm.
We are?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I have.
Tammy, I had just a couple of questions from the check register. One is that if I can find it here, that the Bright Eyes Property 2 LLC for rents what is that rent for? Is that the building on 4th Street that we pay for?
Mayor Pro Tem Trustees, so that is for the rent of the building. It's the old Wells Fargo building. It is where Maria is housed right now for the 4th Street construction office. We are renting some space for them for her to have an office there and be available as that project is going on, and that way she can be on site for that project.
Okay, thank you. The other is, when you, let's see, you have here the appraisal for the 6535 Guadalupe Trail, that is for the property that is the Jim Long property?
Mayor Pro Tem Trustees, that is correct.
And that appraisal has that been shared with us on the board?
No.
Okay. Is it possible to get that shared with everybody on the board? What the appraisal was for that property?
Mayor Pro Tem, we can disseminate it to all trustees.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Let's see. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, was the appraisal less than we thought or more than we thought?
I don't recall the number, but I'd like to be able to see it, and I think we should all be able to see it. Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, that's all I have. So let me go on and say, okay, so let me call the question for approval of the July 2024 cash report. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay. Motion carries 4-0. Discussion approval of resolution number 2024-08-01, resolution recommending a budget adjustment request related to capital improvements. CFO Tammy Silva.
Mayor Pro Tem Trustees, before you is Resolution 2024-08-01. And this is a budget adjustment request that, as you know, I come to you with these every so often. This one is so that we can add 2 departments and 4 line items to our budget. So the first one is, they are both for capital improvement, but the first one is in Fund 311, Department 3135. And what this adjustment is for is to add both the revenue and the expense for a capital appropriation that we received in the amount of $500,000 for the 4th Street project. And so this is just asking to add this to the line item so that we can both expend that money and then receive reimbursement for it. And the second item on this bar or budget adjustment is for Fund 312 and Department 3134. And what this is doing is this is adding the quality of life grant capital appropriation, both revenue and expenditures for the plan, design, construct, and improvement of Old Village Hall. This is money that we had already received last year, but unfortunately, when I put together the final budget, I missed this one, just adding it onto our budget. So this is not additional funding from what we had last year. This is the same funding, and this is just putting it onto the budget because it was overlooked. And that's it for me. I stand for any questions.
So is there a motion then to approve resolution number 2024-08-01?
Motion to approve resolution 2024-08-01.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion from the governing body? Trustee Benavides?
I have none.
Trustee Kiefer?
I have a question. If we move the $1.25 million for Old Village Hall to 3134, does that prevent us from ever moving it again if, let's say, it's determined that Old Village Hall isn't worth $1.25 million investment?
So Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer, trustees, so the movement of the money, it doesn't have anything to do with this bar. This bar is just putting it onto our budget in general. I don't know if you're speaking about moving locations, but regardless of that, that's something that would go through DFA. This is just to get it on the budget to spend at all. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that answers my question. Thank you.
Trustee Radovich?
Nothing.
Okay. Trustee Rano, I don't have any questions either. Okay. So let me, again, close for discussion. And so is there a motion then? Oh, I'm sorry. So for approval, trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer.
Yes.
Trustee Radovich.
Yes.
Trustee Rhino, yes, 4-0. Okay. Okay, so then we move on then to public hearings. This is, again, our new number 10 on the agenda. So this is discussion and approval to adopt ordinance number 299, an ordinance amending ordinance 284, rescinding the pilot project program allowing for up to 3 conservation development projects in the village of Los Ranchos, and establishing provisions for conservation developments, removing pilot projects approved process for planning and zoning commission matrix, adding approval process for conservation developments and correcting an omission, amending and removing definitions, amending a section on conservation development standards. P&C Director, Mr. Hill.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, good evening. Included in your packet is a summary report with a list of events that have occurred regarding this ordinance, starting with its original adoption in March of 2022. By August 2022, a moratorium was voted in. There was a need, an expressed need from the public to review the language and propose changes. Later that year, the Citizens Action Committee was appointed by former Mayor Lopez to address these concerns. The committee held numerous meetings, including 4 public meetings, and came up with a list of recommendations that resulted in the first draft of what we are referring to as Ordinance 299. The Planning and Zoning Commission also held its own meeting on April 9th of 2024 and came up with a series of their own recommendations. Those are listed on page 54 of your report. We did also have one additional public meeting on July 31st. We had made an announcement at the meeting that some time had passed since the last time this had been reviewed in the public, and we wanted to make sure that we captured all the comments and all the concerns, but we threw in some exercises on this bonus density because for all of the conversation and concern, we hadn't really sat down and did the numbers, so I let the citizens do the numbers because I'm not a math person. But once the numbers were done, they saw something of the nature of the ordinance as striking a balance with the open space and a density bonus that is modest. So in my read of this material, what I find is that the process of revision and meetings has resulted in something much more streamlined and easy to understand, including the section on calculations as to how to arrive at those density bonuses in the first place. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees, I'm happy to answer any questions, but there has been a considerable amount of work gone into this. I can't say that there aren't any questions, but I can say that the most recent meeting was very productive for the public.
Okay, so before we can answer questions, let's go through the process here. So is there a motion to adopt ordinance 299?
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 299 and replace ordinance 285?
84.
84, sorry.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay. So is there now discussion from the governing body? Trustee Benavides.
I probably participate in every single public meeting on this ordinance. And so I asked my questions and I made suggestions during those times, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Trustee Kiefer?
At this time, no.
Trustee Radovich?
I do have some questions, Mayor Pro Tem. Makita, on page 54, let's see, the 1.9.2.27G2, conservation area may be divided by fences or walls within the area unless fences or walls are related to the implementation or the use of the conservation area and approved by, no, I'm sorry, that one's fine. Under 2 of that section, it says the village shall develop a template language for the conservation area covenants that ensures they are established in perpetuity and are filed with the plat. Is that something that the village would do in the future, or is that something that you're already working on? Could you explain that a little bit?
Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioner Radnovich, the intent of this recommendation would be to see this language drafted into a separate resolution for the purposes of consistency. Not that any two documents would necessarily be identical, they will not be, but to make sure that critical points are addressed in a manner that's clear and understandable. So as of yet, there's been no drafting of the material. It's still pending action of this board.
So it's so that the format of all ordinances under this provision are similar to make them easier to review and understand.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, yes, that's correct.
Okay, okay. On number 3, it says the village shall provide calculations and examples of sample developments with the applications. That is the math, as you called it, that we already have, correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, yes. They're going through an exercise was eye-opening, productive, but we looked at one acreage scenario for 2 different zone categories, and having some ranges available just for the sake of information, we hope will make the process seem a little less daunting. That once you're presented with a number of scenarios and the logic to it is more clearly illustrated, we believe that would be useful. Look.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Number 5, under that same section on page 54, I think, yeah. It says, we recommend the Board of Trustees establish reasonable and appropriate financial assurances for the performance of the ordinance. Do you have suggestions or recommendations for those financial performances?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, at this time, no. This is a recommended statement in and of itself that would be included as a proposal under the application and approval process. This matter would have to be handled under separate cover as far as what those assurances would be because of the legal ramifications. So there would be something of a statement that the Board of Trustees would take this on, but it is a measure that would still have to be worked on later.
So when would that happen? If we approve this tonight, couldn't a developer come in tomorrow and say, I want to develop this parcel on Rio Grande Boulevard?
John?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustees, the ordinance does not go into effect until 5 days after approval, and that it's noticed in general publication.
So 5 days from now, then? Yeah. Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem and Trustee Radnovich, we have, the ordinance already says that the covenants must be perpetual, and that the developer must come in with an open space management plan, which includes the maintenance obligations. The plan is to take a scaled down version we've already worked on of what was done in the Chavez Guadalupe. Not the whole set of covenants, because that's not what the village wants to be involved in, but the maintenance obligations that can be required to be put into the covenants of the homeowners association, the same kind of mechanism that if the developer or the community, after the developer's out of it, does not maintain it, that the village could, after specific notice, step in and do the maintenance. And if they did so, they could file a municipal lien, not only on the open space, but all of the homes. So that's kind of the background of the assurance, to make sure that they take care of the maintenance. And that document is already in process.
So that makes sense too. Are we getting approval? Do we need to get approval from the lawyer for the Chavez Guadalupe partnership to be able to use their document as a straw man to start with?
Mayor Pro Tem Renau and Trustee Radnovich, we did not get their approval because I did most of the drafting, because the one they drafted didn't work, in my opinion.
I see. Okay. So we do have something.
Oh, we have it. We have the form, and we just have to do it. And it will be approved as a part of the Conservation Open Space Management Plan when it comes before first the Planning Department, the P&Z, and finally the Board of Trustees.
So we'll see that in the future as well.
It will be a part of the package, yes.
So if a developer, I'm just surmising, if a developer does come in 5 days, 6 days from now and decides they want to do something, we'll be seeing that pretty soon.
Mayor Pro Tem and Trustee Radnovich, it will go through the normal process of approval, recommendations by the Planning Department under this ordinance. That then will go as a recommendation to P&Z, and then it will come to the Board of Trustees. So that process alone will probably be 2-3 months, whatever it takes to do that.
So the developer, the potential developer would wait that long, would have to wait that long.
They would have to wait that long for any approval of a project under this ordinance, because that's the way the process.
So it could be concurrent.
Yeah, we're going to have 2 public hearings on any project at least.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand the process and the timing.
Yeah.
I think that was my last comment or question. It is.
I guess I had a similar thought that you did, Trustee Radnovich. I mean, in looking at the recommendations here, there are areas that still need to be developed in the future. So in approving the 299 this evening, those obviously are not part yet of 299. So again, would we then be able to, well, would there be a need then to come back before the board with any kind of amendments to 299 that would include the other language that we'd be able then to see in order to complete the process for 299?
Mayor Pro Tem, the discussions among the Planning Department and all of that, as far as the template for the covenants, which are doing just what I talked about, I would anticipate that comes back to the board for approval of the template on a more permanent basis by the board. So it happens in a resolution rather than in an ordinance. And the reason for just separating those, if we attached it to the ordinance in order to use anything except that form, you would have to go back through the same process of amending the ordinance, which requires publication, all of that kind of thing. If you get involved in a situation where it doesn't work, it could be changed by resolution by the Board of Trustees without going through that formal process.
Trustee Kiefer?
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you. So listening to dialogue then brings questions to mind. So, Mr. Chappell, clarify for me, we're going to play a scenario out. To Trustee Radnovich's point, A week from now, we get an application. The application comes in for Project A. Project A then follows the major subdivision plan, which then goes before Planning and Zoning first, then it's gonna come before us. But to Trustee Reinow's points, there's still some things missing in here. And one thing that I learned, or I think I learned, is that once the process is started with an application and the village receives it, and Planning and Zoning starts hearing it, Board of Trustees start hearing it, you're pretty much handcuffed to what it is, because those are the rules of the game, right? You can't change the rules of the game after the applications have already come in. That's just Planning and Zoning, basics that I learned in the last 8 months. So what happens to that application if things still need to be clarified and or amended in this ordinance?
Mayor Pro Tem and Trustee Kiefer, in my going through this, the kinds of things that you are talking about, densities, land uses, setbacks, and all of that, none of that is not in this ordinance. So that's not something that's going to come in and have to be decided. And I'd like to know from Mayor Pro Tem Renaud what he thinks is not there. What needs to be done is simply the form of the covenants, okay? And then as a part of what the planning department's going to do, they're going to put together a calculation of acreages or scenarios of that goes with the application for explanation purposes, but it doesn't change the language of the ordinance. It's pretty specific. It's just a demonstration. So I don't know what else is missing. And the developer has to come in with a conservation open space management plan, and that in the ordinance requires the financial issues. And so that's where this would come up as a part of the approval process. And I'm not aware of any substantive that would be required under a zoning ordinance that would be decided that's not in this ordinance.
So are you asking us, if I can, couldn't a developer just develop their own? Just like the Chavez-Guadalupe partnership did? They don't have to use ours, correct? What you're developing.
The Trustee
I'm wondering
Ranovich,
what.
There was a recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Department as a condition of their approval and, not approval, but a reference that there be a template developed.
Oh.
And so that's the basis that we have been working on, is to satisfy that condition.
I see.
And the way it is proposed to satisfy that is to develop that template and adopt it by resolution so that it's a constant one. And the answer is there may be some amendments, but no, it's going to be pretty clear as to what the end result is as to how the village can enforce those.
So a developer will not be able to come in and offer their own covenants unless it deviates from this template.
The developer's going to come in and do their own covenants that have to do with the design, all of the kinds of things. But they can't come in and, if we do this without board approval, is change the method in which the village can enforce the covenants to keep it open space and how they pay for maintenance of the open space. That's going to be kind of set in stone.
So I think it's hard. I think what we're struggling with is it's hard without seeing this draft that you have. It's hard for us to really understand what it is, what it's going to say, what parts of that covenant that we heard from the Chavez-Guadalupe partnership, and what parts won't be in this formatted document. So I think we're struggling with that because we didn't have it to read, we didn't have it to see.
Yeah. So if this ordinance is passed, I understand the next step, and we'll proceed immediately to have that format done, and probably before the board the next meeting.
Okay, I agree, it's a small thing, I just want to make sure.
But to go through that whole process and get a resolution to approve and all of that before the ordinance was even approved getting it out of order, so to speak.
If I could, one more, why not just do it all at the same time? Why not just have this come to us?
From my perspective, because I wanted to see what the board said, to see if there was something that
I see.
that might need to put in there that was just not my idea. In other words, if there was some concern, that we could address that in the document.
So if we do see something down the road, when you have written this document, I'm just thinking out loud, it could mean some kind of amendment to this ordinance.
No, in that case, it's an amendment to that document which can be handled by resolution rather than an amendment to the ordinance, which is a much more complicated process.
Yep. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
You took my questions away.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
I had similar kinds of ideas about this. Okay.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
That's fine. Okay. What I'd like to do, though, is if there aren't any other comments from the board, okay. I'd like to move on then and provide an opportunity for individuals from the audience in order to come up and speak. Let's see. Okay. So again, let me start out. Jeff Phillips, if you come up to the microphone, please state your name and address again.
Jeff Phillips, 605 Schulte Road, Northwest. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, I'm here in favor of 299. I want to first applaud the CAC for the work. I first encountered their product in November of last year, and I've followed it very closely and made comment and participated in public meetings every time. I've always been in favor of conservation subdivision since I was a student in the early 90s. And I think that this is an opportunity to put another land use tool in our kit and enables creativity. And the alternative is repealing 284 and having just simple zoning. That's pretty much all I have. I appreciate your time and your consideration. Oh, I'd like to also thank the P&Z for those quality additions in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Donlon.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. I too stand in support of 299. I think it's will make for much more pleasant and maintain more open space and more vistas within the village. And I would even encourage that it become mandatory for all developments going forward of a certain size. So the one thing that concerns me was that there used to be a certain minimum of permeable surface to the lots. We have, my understanding within the existing zoning ordinance, that a development has to have 35% open as permeable. That is totally satisfied by the conservation area. That means that all the lots which people can build on could be totally covered over and have no permeability to it. And when I was here last time, I spoke that should be included, and it's not included at all. There's no reference to it at all, and I think there should be at least a minimum in terms of the individual lots beyond the conservation area, even as much as 10%, 15, 20%, but that should be included in this. So that's my one piece of how I feel. I too, as a resident, would really like to see what the templates are so that we can give input to it. If we wait till the last meeting to get that information, we're left out of it as well. I mean, then we're at the last meeting when it's supposed to be approved, we're up against the deadline for the moratorium, and wait a minute, we need to redo this to be able to know and be comfortable with it. And it seems, it seems like it's not out of order to be having that information.
Time has expired.
That it would be useful to have it, and it would have been useful to have it tonight when we're discussing this, to be able to say, oh, here's an idea, because 10 more people can come up with 2 ideas that are really good, so that it would be worth making the changes and doing that. And it takes time, and we all need to find the time to do this. So I encourage doing it sooner rather than later, not at the last minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Bill Shen?
Good evening. I'm Bill Shan, 8646 Rio Grande Boulevard, Northwest, Mayor Pro Tem, trustee. I was on the fence until this morning, and I decided that I want to be against that. And I'm actually very happy to hear the back and forth that you guys are hearing. There's some question about possibly you don't want to sign a blank check. So yes, it's a good idea to get some clarification, especially on that conservation area. I'm concerned about this potential headline if you pass this resolution, this ordinance. The headline will read like this: to preserve Los Ranchos' rural characteristic and open space, the Board of Trustees passed an ordinance that may increase the housing density by up to 33%. So that it's a contradiction, preserving rural characteristic, but yet increasing the housing density by up to 33%. I did not come up with 33% number, by the way. It's in that workshop, July 31st. I did the R3, and we realized after all said and done that the number of house went from R3, from 12 in 4 acre to 16, that's a 33% increase. So what justified this 33% increase and still retain this rural characteristic? It is rather magical, if you will, conservation area. That 1.4 acre is able to cure this 33%, the problem of 33% they're gonna bring in. More people, traffic, parking, just more people. Somehow that 1.4 acre, 35% land is able to cure the problem created by that. So you're 33% in deficit. Now you gotta work really hard with that conservation area to bring it back.
The speaker's time has expired.
To just to parity. And I find that very difficult to believe. I find that hard to believe, in fact. So I really think you do need to define and work harder on that conservation area to find out how you could cure this potential 33% increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Sandra Cobb?
Good evening. My name is Sarah Cobb. I live at 5903 Padre Roberto Northwest. I want to share my impressions with you about Ordinance 299. As a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee, I helped work the redo of Ordinance 284, and I'm in full support of Ordinance 299. I wanted to recognize Robert Chavez, our chair. His leadership was excellent, and we're very lucky to have his devotion and expertise here in the village. Every one of our CAC meetings was posted on the village website, and the public was encouraged to attend. Several members of the public generally attended each meeting, and were invited to contribute their input. The minutes of the meetings were posted, and I feel comfortable that we complied with expectations. We met for about a year and were painstaking in our thoroughness with our calculations. We took guidance from a number of developers to make sure that what we were looking for penciled out financially, and we made adjustments based on their input to ensure that we were realistic. The committee was chosen to reflect the general living demographics of the village. We had members from the west side of Rio Grande, from the east side of Rio Grande, and from Rio Grande Boulevard. I was brought in to represent farmers and ag interests. Ordinance 299 offers an option for developers, and it gives us some flexibility in future development to encourage open space, wildlife corridors, and home options that support community living. We would see reduced expenses on roads and infrastructure and more diverse housing options, providing smaller building footprints to accommodate the needs of all generations. What we are trying to achieve with Ordinance 299 is in line with the goals of our 2035 master plan to sustain the village as a multi-generational community while also preserving our green open space. I respectfully request that you vote in favor of our community and vote to adopt Ordinance 299. Thank you.
JT Michelson?
JT Michelson, 57-year resident, 5001 Rio Grande Boulevard. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, I'm here in favor of this. This was started by the 2035 master plan. As an alternative, I agree with all the things that Sarah has just told you and encourage you to pass this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. David Brom?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, David Bram.
Please the microphone, please. Thank you.
Sorry. David Bram, Dietz, 4148 Dietz Farm, Circle Northwest. I'm here in favor. I'm new to paying attention to things in the village, and I've had the good fortune of coming in July to the meeting and talking with several of the CAC members, and I think it's a very smart plan. I sound like my kid. I think it's a very smart plan, and I think we should vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Okay. Shalene?
Shalene Smith, 6506 Rio Grande Boulevard. I wanted to just come and speak before you once again and voice my support of this ordinance. I was a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee. There's been some conversation about committees this evening. I think that your comments to have members of the Board of Trustees participate in committees is excellent. And I can tell you these two gentlemen participated in our Citizens Advisory Committee. And I would also like to point out Robert Chavez, who led our committee, and his leadership, I'd voice the same thing Sarah said was excellent. And I think it's very important to take the work that your citizens have put into something to make our village a better place. We've wanted to have a conservation subdivision ordinance, and we've got something that has been the result of hours and hours of work by a lot of very intelligent people who have a lot of expertise. And a couple of other things that I might mention are that it does provide a variety of housing options, and I think that's an important piece of this. You can get really tied down in the numbers and the different detailed aspects of this ordinance, but at the end of the day, what it allows is a developer to have more creativity and diversity in the housing option. And so we're not just gonna have one house per 1 acre. And I think that's really important. And I think it's important to listen to not just certain people in our community, not listen with a closed mind, but to be open and respectful to all the residents of our community. I think there's a lot of people who have some ideas that are different than others here. And we're here to support this ordinance. We think it's been the product of a lot of work. The Planning Commission also did a great job in their suggestions. Gwen Baldwin is here tonight from the Planning Commission. I know she's here to voice her support as well. And so again, I would urge you to move forward with it. The templates.
The speaker's time has expired.
I would also just say that's a great idea because you're not putting additional manpower into doing something that's just part of the application process until we know for sure that the ordinance is going to pass. So I think that's a good idea, Attorney Chappell. Thank you.
Gordon McKenzie.
I know the committee worked hard, but I also wonder how this is going to look when it gets in the developer's hands. We heard a very similar story that it would be multi-generational. People would be able to afford it. There would be small footprints. It would support wildlife from the Chavez Guadalupe project. And if you remember, over the July 4th weekend, people signed a petition against the Guadalupe Chavez project and against pilot projects. Yet here we are kind of coming around, and the original idea, I thought, was so people could put more houses for their family on their land, and we would have actual multi-generational living. But now I'm just hearing the word developers. So there's a lot of contradictions. We hear wildlife. The more that we take away the land, the more that we develop the land, though we may leave a little bit of strip there, I wonder how much wildlife we'll have. We know that we'll have, in some places, 30% more population. Do we have the infrastructure for that? And also, do we have the water to maintain that conservation space? As you know, water is very scarce and becoming more scarce. What's that going to look like in the future? I'm just concerned that the topic has kind of moved from what sounded like kind of interesting, like, okay, if you want to put a home or a couple homes or something, or have kind of more community, to developers. And once you bring a developer in, they all have different ideas, and we don't know what we're really going to get.
Okay. Nancy Nangeroni.
Nancy Nangeroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. Mayor Pro Tem and trustees, thank you again for listening to me, for hearing me. I attended that, you've heard me speak on this thing before. I attended the July 31st meeting, and I came out of it kind of excited. The more I learned about this ordinance, the more I liked it. I think there's a lot of great things in it. I'm not here to speak for or against it, to be honest with you. So those who are hoping otherwise, I apologize. But the thing that I liked best about the meeting was that after we finished doing the calculations and all the roundtable stuff, and I was skeptical about another roundtable meeting, to be honest, but it turned out great. But what happened was a lot of people, including some who don't speak a lot at meetings, a lot of people came up with some really interesting things. And there were some complexities, I thought, that were revealed in that meeting about the difficulty of enforcing maintenance of the conservation space. And I also thought, and Tom spoke to this a bit, about the permeability. I raised that with a number of people, and everybody agreed with me about that. So I want to ask, And Makita Hill did an awesome job. I wanted to compliment you on that. I thought you did an awesome job in that meeting. Do we have any public record of those comments in that meeting? Do we? And have there been any changes to 299 since that meeting? Not one. So even though everybody I spoke with agreed that the permeability issue should be addressed and that there should be some minimum permeability requirement imposed on the non-conservation parts, that in fact that hasn't been integrated into the ordinance yet.
The speaker's time has expired.
And so I would argue, what's the rush? Let's get that integrated, because everybody, including trustees that I spoke with, all agreed there should be a minimum permeability requirement. What's the rush? Let's push it back a month. I'm sorry, Robert, I know you hate to hear this, and I'm sure Hank is out there really pissed at me. But like I said, I think a lot of great work has gone into this, but we're not finished yet. Thank you. I really appreciate that, and also knowing that my voice shouldn't be listened to. Thank you.
Gwen Baldwin?
Mayor Pro Tem and Trustees, Gwen Baldwin, 435 El Paraiso Road Northwest, and a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission. First, I want to thank you for continuing to stay focused and present in this conversation. It has taken a while, and there was a lot of good effort. There continues to be a lot of good effort in this. I have to say I was very impressed with the July 31st meeting. And even though I was under the weather and unable to attend, I watched online, and it was really, really thoughtful. And I really appreciated how people worked through the process at the tables and challenged each other. And in a slightly perverse way, I was so delighted that many of the issues that are part of those 5 recommendations out of planning and zoning were part of the questions that were raised. When we talk about number 5, recommending the board establish reasonable and appropriate financial insurances for the performance of the ordinance, it's the very stuff that Attorney Chappell was talking about. It was the very stuff that they were talking about with water. Do we have it? Can you pay for it? Do you have access to it? Part of this and these 5 are so the Board of Trustees can put on the record and send clear direction to the staff to complete the details of this. The issue of timing, you've got a moratorium that expires sooner than later. You've got an existing ordinance that continues to be on the books if that moratorium no longer continues. It's a package set. So I think the work has been done. I think there is more detail to flesh out in those templates and in that, but that is work that you direct the staff to do, and then they come back. I don't know an ordinance that sits in stone and sits in amber. It will always be updated and revised over the course of time. Now is the time to start. To quote Hank, I know you're out there somewhere, this is an elegant solution to what had been a mistake. And there he is, like magic, to what had been a concept that was poorly executed at the front end, that posed more challenges to the vision, to the village than solutions.
The speaker's time has expired.
I urge you to adopt this with the recommended additions. Thank you.
Okay. Robert Chavez?
Robert Chavez, 324 Enchanted Valley Place Northwest, advocate for 299, along with a lot of the people. I wanted to take a liberty of handing out a handout to each of you, because there are some nuances that unfortunately we never have presented and probably should have, but there's some beauty in the math. And I can't get copies from everyone. But what I do want to cover is some of the, an example of what could happen in an A1 3.5 development. compare it to a standard development and a 299 development. So in an A1, 3.5 acres, you could have, in a standard, you would have 3 plats at 1.1 acre each. You would have, in the 299, 4 plats. If you divided it equally, which the ordinance doesn't require, you would have roughly a half acre each. The infrastructure, about 1.16 acre, and that goes for both. The total FAR, and here's the beauty of this ordinance. The total FAR in a standard is $25,800 for 3 homes. Roughly, I think, 8,600 square foot per home, and that's what a developer is going to put in. That's covered space. In the 299, it's 13,039 square feet. Roughly half of what would be in a standard development. The average home size, 8,600 square feet in a standard development, 3 homes. In the 299, 3,260 square feet per dwelling unit, but it's not required. It can be adjusted. So you have 1,500 square foot home, a 2,700
The
square
speaker's
foot
time
home.
has expired.
Could I just take a few more seconds to finish this? The conservation area in a standard development, 0. In the 299, 1.23 acres that is in open space, conservation area. Additional yard space. Because of the square footage differential, there is 12,761 square feet that is not covered in the 299. That is additional yard space. So if you take that additional yard space and add it to the conservation area, you end up with 66,122 square feet or 1.52 acres of conservation area. That's in total, including that bonus yard space that you get because the FAR has been reduced. That FAR is beautiful because it allows for smaller, affordable, village affordable housing to be developed. So please pass this ordinance. It's needed, and this is just the start. This village with the right vision can take this thing a lot further. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Director Hill, have you seen this and verified these numbers before tonight?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer, have not seen these numbers before this evening's meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so comments are closed. Any further discussion from the governing body? Trustee Benavides.
I have none.
Trustee Kiefer.
So I'm really on the fence with 299. So before, I wanted to hear public comment, and I want to hear any discussion from my colleagues before I decide whether I have anything else to talk about or add before a vote.
Trustee Radovich.
It might be helpful, and I know the public comment is done, but it might be helpful to take a photo of this and post it up there, if we can. Because I think what it does is it shows how much more we will get with an ordinance like this in terms of permeable surface and in terms of the size of homes than we would have with the standard subdivision, which is right now a legal subdivision ordinance.
So Trustee Ranovich, I completely agree, and I'd love to share this, but I think before we share it as public, Makita, do you mind running the numbers for us real quick, just to make sure it comes up with what I hate to put you on the spot, but I mean, if it's gonna be an official reason to document, we need to make sure that our staff supports it in its calculations.
Yeah, the numbers we've been through in the CAC many, many times, so I believe these. It's what it is with the ordinance. So Makita, we'll give you a few minutes.
Maybe now's a good time for a break.
Why don't we take Why don't we take a break at this point?
Okay.
Now, let's take 10 minutes, come back, we'll start again.
Sounds good. Oh, yeah.
Time is 8:20.
Right. So, right. Yeah, it's automatic. Oh, sorry. Oh, thanks.
Oh, okay, good. I do, yeah. I don't think it says that. If you wrote that down, I'll read it. One of these, George. I'll give it to George. George.
I know, I'm so sorry. Don't we have it in Excel or something?
I talked with Robert but it doesn't require these percentages, but it has to go for zoning.
Okay.
Because I recognize the parties are the same way I wanted to see more so I can
Yeah, okay. And I'm not trying to say anyone's pulling any funny business, but before I vote on something, especially when someone comes up and says, here, let's enter this, that's not coming from you, right?
right now. I was gonna say chocolate chip cookie, but you took it to a higher level. Good for you. Good.
Sorry, and I hate to put staff in the spot like that, and I didn't want to. I'm totally empty. I would have shared, but I'm about ready to fall asleep myself, so, okay.
Trustees. Yeah.
I don't know that option's gonna be presented. I think it's gonna be yay or nay, and that's where it's like, I guess I'm yay and I don't Thank you. I bring these with me, well, and I also have my water bottle. Have you heard of those circles? So they're water bottles and you buy the inserts. And then they have the caffeinated ones. The cartridges do, just carry the water bottle.
There's nobody that wants to stuck with their house and flood bread. Why?
So, you want to put that up on the screen? Here we go. Okay. Mr. Hill, did you have any comment? I'm sorry, it's 8:30.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, yes, I have gone over these numbers, and I needed to speak with Mr. Chavez to make sure that the assumptions based on calculable space for infrastructure were correct, which is something that's tripped me up more than once. But once I had that understanding, the rest of the numbers worked as they should and are similar to the calculations we worked through at our July 31st meeting. So I can vouch for these numbers.
Trustee Kiefer, did you have any further comment?
No, Director Hill and I spoke, and he, and please, Mr. Chavez, don't think I was trying to think of any, or think you were trying to pull any funny business. I just want to make sure that I understand it, and, when it was presented, I want to make sure that we're looking at it, because I wasn't part of the CAC, so, thank you.
Were there other, I'm sorry, excuse me, Trustee Radnovich, do you have any further comments?
I do, Mayor Pro Tem Renaud. The question I would have, Makita, for you is, as home plans come into the village for a typical subdivision or a subdivision under this 299 ordinance, you would see all of those homes, those plans, and they would have to follow all village ordinances and requirements, including the permeability requirement.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radovich, yes, that's correct. And also to revisit, one of the portions in the proposed language is that if a proposal came and a land division was proposed of 2 lots, under normal regulations, that would be an administrative process. Under this ordinance, it would come before the Board of Trustees as a major subdivision. So that details, and this has a lot of detail, will be reviewed in public.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That I didn't realize.
Yes.
Well, that's a lot of oversight.
Yeah, that's a lot of oversight. Yes.
I don't have no more questions.
I guess the comment that I have is that, as we had talked about before the break, what's the time frame then for being able to complete the additional requirements that were put on by staff for the board to be able to review, and for the residents to be able, for the residents to be able to review and the board be able to review and approve?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, what I would propose is that as there is a need for a resolution for the template language for the conservation area, the remaining calculations and examples can be prepared, and that can all be submitted for your information. So I would not want to extend this any further. If there is going to be one meeting to review one thing, that meeting should encapsulate all of the items and all the exhibits so that everything can be reviewed and discussed at the same time.
So that would mean that 9.2.27 would then be captured in the recommendations that are being made by staff, and then those then would need to be reviewed, obviously, by the Board of Trustees. Do those recommendations then have to go also through planning and zoning, or does it come directly to the board?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, for the purposes of this review, it would go directly to the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, and the completion date then for those, to include the covenants, would be prior to the next board meeting?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, I would have to discuss that with Danielle and John from a scheduling standpoint. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. So in getting back though to Trustee Radnovich's comments earlier, then again, we need to ensure that those are in place before a project comes before it's reviewed by the department, and then reviewed by the board, by P&Z, and then the board. Okay. Yeah. So I would urge us to be able to move on that so that we can not only ensure that it goes through the process, but also that we give time for residents in order to weigh in if they have questions about those recommendations and how they're put together as amendments to 299.
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, may I? So I'm trying to follow kind of what's going on. So I know there was a motion to approve with a second, but then it sounds like we're talking, there's some existing things that need to be looked at, because we know when this is passed that we can get an application within 7 days, but we know by September that we can have all this together, is kind of what Director Hill was alluding to and John was in agreement with. And I know that we had made a commitment to you, Trustee Radnovich, to move on this expeditiously, and I think we've, at least, you know, with Mayor Pro Tem and Administrator Vila, since I don't have control of agenda, have proven that that's the case. Am I hearing that we're looking at maybe deferring one more month on this ordinance to have all of that stuff together so we can look at this in totality? Or no?
Trustee Radovich,
I don't know how to answer that. I would say no. I would say we can approve tonight because they've, Mr. Chappell and Makita Hill have already said they'll have that for us next month. So I don't see any reason to defer it.
Well, and I guess my question would be.
And I think October 31st was the date I was pushing for.
Yeah, and so next month is September, so we're still a month.
We're doing
plus.
Good, yeah.
And the reason I ask is, kind of to your point, it's better to see things in totality, right, and make adjustments, because my fear, and I'm just playing devil's advocate like I do, would be to say yes to the ordinance, then we come forward and there's issues with the language in the covenant or whatever, and then it's like, well, now we're handcuffed one way or the other if we can't come to an agreement on a resolution.
Well, all we'll be hearing, if we pass the ordinance tonight, the conservation ordinance will pass in totality, including all of the formulas,
but the protection of the open space isn't in here per se within the covenant of what that's going to look like, right? And the whole reason for a conservation development is for that open space.
I get that, Trustee, but I think the only thing we're really talking about is making sure that the covenants and restrictions and the maintenance on that open space are acceptable. So I don't really see any reason to hold up on all of the other points that the ordinance will supply to the village that will conserve open space because of that. Because that is as both Mr. Chappell and Mr. Hill said, they're pretty small pieces of that puzzle. The rest will be in place so that we can start almost immediately on the subdivisions, if one comes up even in the next month, which is probably not very likely, to apply this ordinance to them if they choose to go through this approach as opposed to the standard subdivision ordinance. So, and the last one, granted it was controversial, but the Chavez-Guadalupe partnership took a year and a half to get to that point. And then once they got approved for the subdivision, their covenants and restrictions came to us 2 months later, 3 months later, I think. I don't see it being
well, it all started in June of 2022, right? So it's been over 2 years now. Probably 6-8 months of that was in litigation. So they really couldn't do anything during that point in time. So it really wasn't till about a year and a half.
If someone came in this month, which, you know, I can't, I mean, it's possible. I'm the one that asked the question. We'd still have our covenants and restrictions and maintenance agreement to look at easily, I think, in enough time to work it through. And we have the bonus of some creative developers, if one chooses to come here, using that instead of the 1 acre ranchettes that we usually see. So it seems like a win to me from the perspective of saving aside open space for the village. Now, how to manage it and control it is what we'll hear next, but it's about the open space, not the subdivision. Did that answer, or did that?
Yeah, it answers my question that we're moving forward as, your intent is to move forward as is.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay.
Were there any other comments from members of the board?
I have none.
Okay. Trustee Radovich, any further comment?
No, I think I'm.
Okay. Trustee Kiefer?
No further comment, no.
Okay. Okay, so without any further discussion, the floor now closed for comments. Let me call the question. This is for approval of ordinance, adoption of ordinance 299. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
No.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rhino? Yes.
Trustee, right now I'd like to explain my vote too.
Please do.
So I want to explain my vote because this was a hard one for me. I did a lot of thinking on it, but I have to go back to history. I have to go back to June of 2022. I stood at the street corner informing people of 284, and it was a horrendous ordinance. And one thing that I've learned in these last 8 months is property rights are something that's very interesting because they are a bridge between our constitutional rights and our municipal government laws. And so I take that very, very seriously. And so going back to June of 2022, we filled this room plus the outside. People were upset. And a whole beautiful organization was created at that point, Keep Los Ranchos Rural. A lot of these people really did not want higher density development. And this was the ordinance that started everything. A lot of people have shifted it thinking, oh, it's been Pelodrome, it's been Pelodrome. Well, no, it really wasn't Pelodrome, it was this. And I went to attorney meetings with certain people in the audience and the former Mayor Joe Craig that were seriously concerned with the legalities of Ordinance 284. And I just can't get past how it can go from potentially having some legal issues to now being okay. And I promised, 700 signatures were collected. And I promised those people, and I spoke to a lot of those people, and a lot of those people saw me, and everybody thought I was the biggest rebel rouser, I think. I think you guys even thought I was one of the biggest rebel rousers standing here at this podium. And I promised these people that I was going to protect our jewel of the village. And so when I look at protecting the jewel, I look at water rights. Water rights are something that we don't know if we're going to have. We don't know if we're going to continue. We know that we're going to be losing some water rights based on the email that John sent. The state of New Mexico is. And so as we create these 1.5 acre parcels, if there's no water, the HOA, what are they gonna do to keep it from a dirt lot, right? Maybe it's xeriscape, maybe it's something else, maybe they've gotta be creative, but when it comes to agricultural land, we're going to be losing those resources. As we start adding houses, yes, it may be one house here, one house there, but those add up and those take resources such as electrical use, cell phone tower use, sewer lines. Our sewer lines are old, and we're going to be having more houses using more sewer, more tie-ins, more everything. And you know, I believe that 299 can bring in some creativity, but I also get this little when people say, well, you know, it'll bring new things. El Prado de Guadalupe was one of the most beautiful, and this ordinance did not have to be in place for that subdivision to happen. So creativity was there prior to. I promised I was going to protect our character. I promised the people that were opposed to 284 that I wasn't going to happen, and I wasn't going to be one of those that all of a sudden got into a position and did something complete opposite than what I said I was going to do. And so for that, I stand behind my vote.
Let me also add something here. I think that, you know, that as we read through 299, you know, there are areas obviously that need to be further defined. And I would urge any member of the board, as well as members from the community, if there are some suggestions, you know, for adding additional requirements to 299, that they be directed to staff, to Mr. Hill, in order for the amendments then to come back to the board for approval. And so I think that there are, you know, that there are, again, you know, issues that we've already talked about, but if there are others that anyone has comment about, please direct them to Mr. Hill in order for us to be able to get them again back before the board for final approval. Okay. Okay. Okay, so next item on the agenda, discussion approval of the advertisement of ordinance 300, ordinance adopting a municipal gross receipts tax, repealing ordinance number 115. Is there a motion to approve advertisement?
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, I failed to include Administrator Avila's briefing on this prior.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that on my page. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. Was there a vote on that last ordinance? Okay, I didn't know.
Yes, Administrator Avila, it
I
was
was listening too
voted,
carefully to the comments. I was like, okay.
it was voted 3-1, it would
Okay,
pass.
all right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just like, I'm listening to your comments so in depth that I didn't get the votes. All righty. Yes, this discussion and approval, so advertisement of this ordinance, 300, an ordinance adopting municipal gross receipts tax and repealing ordinance number 115. Ordinance number 115 on gross receipts was about 3 decades ago. And the village efforts towards open space and the expenses that we have with operating the village and so forth are growing. We do have increased expenses with MOU for fire protection. And then, of course, we have the CPI, which is a consumer price index for all things that are growing as far as expenses. So against what we will see in expenses, and I don't want to get into every detail of that, and then you can, when we've had those discussions, we've put this ordinance together with the 1.78% as the increase on this ordinance, and again, it's for publication, and then public hearing will be at the next meeting.
So, is there a motion then to approve the advertisement of ordinance number 300?
I'll make a motion to advertise ordinance, sorry, I didn't have the right page, hold on.
300.
300.
300, right, okay.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. And a discussion from the governing body. Trustee Benavides?
Yes, I do have something to say about that. I'm probably going to stand alone on this when it comes to a vote. And I know we're just voting to advertise, but I thought it was too large of an increase. I did not want to see us increase it above the total tax rate of Albuquerque. And so we're increasing our excise tax by 1.875%. If we increased it by 1.5625, it would be on par with Albuquerque. And even that would seem to be sufficient for our needs, would give us enough revenue for our needs. So, yeah, I believe it's too big of an increase. That's all I have.
Yes. Trustee Kiefer?
So, Administrator Avila, is it 1.875 or a 3/4% increase? Because I thought it was a 3/4% increase when we talked about.
Yes, it's a 0.75, which the total amount is 1.
So that's the total.
Correct.
Okay.
For the village, and then, of course, there's other taxes by the county
Gotcha.
and state.
Okay, so it's 0.75 is the actual increase. Thank you.
Trustee Radovich?
So what Trustee Benavides is saying is with the 0.75 increase, we would be equal to Albuquerque, and you would prefer it to be at the city of Albuquerque level.
So I think the 0.75 exceeds the Albuquerque level. Is that correct, John? Administrator John Avila?
You're right, never mind.
Yeah.
But you would be willing to
I stand
vote,
corrected on how I stated it, yes.
you would be willing to vote yes for this if we went down to a 1.567?
That would be the total excise tax, but the increase would be, is that like 0.5% instead of 3/4?
The Albuquerque one is a 0.4375 increase.
Okay, so,
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So, yeah, to me, it's not that big a difference that it matters that much to me, but I understand what you're saying.
Could matter to the people that, the businesses, to not have to say that our tax rate is greater than Albuquerque. Would you please come here anyway? So that's the point.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah.
No other questions at all?
I'd be curious to hear what both of you think of what's not a motion at this point, but.
Yeah, one of the concerns, I guess, that I have is that I understand that we get now a lower return from gross receipts. And that's going to start as of January 1. Is that true, Mr. Avila?
I guess I don't understand lower return.
I think he's talking about when the state lowered the gross receipts tax, was it a year ago? So we were already working from a deficit.
Right.
Okay. Yes, they had reduced the state share. And we did not keep our same rate within the village at that time. So we moved it down to actually a lower number than what was in place before.
Which, trustee, right now, if you don't mind, is why I think we agreed on a 0.75, because it got us back to equivalent to where we would have been had that deduction, if you will, never took place.
Never occurred.
And that's why I think we had a lot of discussion on this, which is why the advertisement is being put forth the way it is.
Yeah. Yep. I have nothing else.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay. So let me then ask for public comment. Tom Donlin?
Good evening again. My name's Tom Donlin, and I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive. It's a pleasure again to talk to both you, to all of you, the Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. First of all, I think if we're trying to make, right now, our tax revenue is all coming from basically from 4th Street. There's some of it that we pay for on our utilities and things of that we, the residents, pay. But for the most part, we're asking people who are coming to shop at the village to pay for us having a village. And to say, now we're going to ask you to pay even more than almost any place else in the state seems a little bit disingenuous and puts a burden on the businesses that we've been depending upon to raise our revenue and to pay for the needs of the village. So I think the amount is too much, but I think you're approaching it the wrong way. I think the village should pay for its village. And that means we should have a property tax for operating expenses, not raising the taxes on the people who are coming here and trying to shop, especially when we're trying to make that into something that we're trying to encourage people to come, and we're going to ask them to pay even more. So I know it's not a popular idea, but I think being one of 4 municipalities in the state of New Mexico, I can't remember the other two, there's 2, Sunland Park, and Kirkland. Kirkland has the PNG or PNM's big plant there. They tax that, and that's where they get their money for their Sunland Park. The reality is there's nobody there that has any extra money to be able to do anything, so they're pretty, it's pretty hard to raise their.
The speaker's time has expired.
There's every other city in New Mexico, we the citizens pay for our village, pay for the municipality. I think it's time that considered one of the wealthiest cities in the state pick up its own and pay for itself. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so then the floor is closed for. No, there's just one. And there was just, let's see, hold on. Okay.
2 more.
Yeah.
Sure. You can't do just one.
Okay, come on.
That's what happens.
Robert Chavez, 324 Enchanted Valley Place, Northwest. One important factor, 4th Street doesn't pay at all. Independent contractors who have to file gross receipts taxes, one being myself, have to charge our clients for gross receipts tax. And if we become higher than the city of Albuquerque, we're going to start getting complaints from our clients as independent contractors. And I'm sure there is a lot of people here in the village, I'm not sure what percentage, that are independent contractors that work from home and submit gross receipts taxes. So you've got to consider that factor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
Hank Kelly, 6900 Rio Grande Boulevard. I did a lot of gross receipts tax work as a lawyer. One of the big problems we have in the village of Los Ranchos is that the out-of-town vendors who come in to provide services in Los Ranchos are not charging the tax rate in Los Ranchos. They're still using the Albuquerque or the Rio Rancho tax rates. With all due respect, we have not done a good job in educating outside vendors who come in and perform services here that they need to be reporting under code 02-200, which is the location code for the village of Los Ranchos. My opinion is that we are leaving thousands of dollars on the table by not doing a good job of educating the vendors that come in here. I'll give you just one example. Up until very recently, TLC, which is a big vendor in this village, was charging the Albuquerque tax rate for all of the services done in Los Ranchos. And they did not know. The village had not reached out to them to say, we have a different tax code. They should know. They get the same sheet that all of us who are independent contractors do. But we need to do a better job of selling what we sell and passing the most regressive tax that we can pass, sales tax, which hits low-income people the hardest, is not a great way to raise money if we're concerned about lower-income people. We need to do a better job of collecting the money we can. So maybe this needs a little bit more of a look. Thank you.
Sure.
I'll be real quick. Nancy Mangione, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. I just want to say, and Gordina and I have we have a third of an acre, so it wouldn't cost us that much, but I totally support property tax. I think it's fair, and it's the opposite of regressive. So anyway.
Thank you all for your comment, okay. But we have some discussion here about lowering the rate to match the city of Albuquerque. Is there a motion then on the floor? I guess Trustee Benavides, do you want to come up with one?
Yes, excuse me. John Avila, could you help me with the motion? Because I know we had a discussion of the different options back in, I don't know, July 16th. So you know what I'm after.
I think I can, but I want to check one thing. What is the last date for passing the ordinance to meet the January deadline?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustees, Administrator, I need to get the ordinance to New Mexico State Tax and Revenue Department no later than September 30th of 2024 in order for this to take effect 1 Jan of 2025.
So we need to advertise it right away, something, is I think the point you're trying to make. Let's see, so we're on 9B. I lost my place here, sorry. 9B. And there's the, ordinance 300. So the motion was just about ordinance 300. So how do we change ordinance 300 to lower the tax rate?
Okay, I don't know that we can have a substantial change without advertising for 2 weeks. Is this considered substantial?
Okay. Well, no, I mean, okay, so I see the ordinance as stated.
Right.
And in there, section 1, there's 7/8 of a percent. 1 and 7/8 of a percent. So what if we just change that number, right?
That's the question I'm asking.
Okay.
It doesn't require the 2 weeks notice.
I do not believe I don't believe that this would cause it to be re-advertised. I think you can make an amendment and advertise this ordinance.
Okay.
Okay, so let me make an amendment to ordinance 300. And in section 1, where it states 1 and 7/8 of, which is 1.875, let's change that number to 1.5625, which then would make it equivalent to what Albuquerque charges.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's my amendment. Okay. Do we have to vote on the amendment?
have to get a second.
We do.
Oh, it has to get a
We have to get a
Yeah, we
second.
don't, yeah.
You know, the discussion tonight has changed my mind, and I'll second it.
Okay. If you make an amendment and the maker of the original motion and the one who seconded it consent, then you can go forward and vote on the main motion.
So
If you
I
don't
didn't
get
make, I
consent-
didn't make the main motion, and I didn't second it. So what do we do?
So the person who made the motion has to accept your amendment,
Yeah.
correct?
The person, if the person who made it and the person who seconded it
And I think that was
consent,
me, and you seconded. So I accept your amendment.
So I'm just going to throw it out there because it wouldn't be me if I didn't. I will second it. However, my concern is we have these meetings and we have these discussions and we come to an agreement. And I try, just kind of like in the dialogue, Trustee Radnovich, of we promised we would, get 299 before October 31st, one way or the other, to uphold that, not be wishy-washy at each meeting. I second it, but I think we need to have these meetings and follow through with what we say we're gonna do and not be acquiesce to who's in the crowd at that particular meeting, regardless of who or what the topic is.
I agree with what you just said. That makes perfect sense to me. There were some things brought up tonight that changed my mind. I will also say that for contractors that work here, like Bohannon, Houston, Decker, Parrish, Sabatini, my company in the past, and others, we're paying the tax rate of wherever our office is. What do you mean? Oh, you mean? No, I think that's wrong. I'm paying the tax rate of where our employees work.
Mayor and trustees, it's professional services are where the office is located.
Right.
Services in the village, such as landscape contractors that are actually constructing, those do pay and are supposed to pay the rate within the village.
That's right. Service providers are different, yeah, agreed. Anyway, that was an aside, sorry.
So we now have a motion and a second. Can we now take a roll call vote?
Mayor, I believe that's correct.
Okay. So with the amendment, floor now closed. Trustee Benavides.
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer.
Yes.
Trustee Ranovich.
Yes.
Trustee Rhino, yes. Okay. Okay, new business.
Old business.
Oh, I'm sorry, old business. I'm ahead of myself here. Okay. So now the new 11 is a discussion approval of the methodology for filling the vacancy of the mayor pursuant to section 3-11-2 New Mexico State 1978. Mayor vacated after appointment by governing body in case of the death, disability, resignation, or change of residence from the municipality of the mayor. The governing body shall appoint by majority vote a qualified elector to fill the vacancy for the unexpected term. Attorney Chappell?
Mayor, what comment would you like to have from me?
Well,
we've sort of been through this before. The statute does not, it makes only one method for filling that vacancy, and that is by appointment by the Board of Trustees. We explored special elections, we explored other ways, and it's got to be by a vote of the Board of Trustees. So if the Board of Trustees cannot agree upon a candidate, And then, of course, we had thrown out the possibility of having a public referendum under a, a village election, whatever rules we chose, to nominate the person and have some agreement or resolution from the board that they would appoint whoever the winner of the referendum was, or have a referendum that selected several candidates and perhaps adopt a weighted vote as to who would win that referendum. So I think the options are quite open. And of course, the same divide that we see here and have been talking about is probably a major factor in who becomes the chair of the Board of Trustees and the tie-breaking vote. But the only option you've got is for the board to do it. You've got a lot of options as to how you get the qualified people in front of you to vote. Could be simply a simple nomination process and go forward, or some other process.
So I'm bringing this forward as a way for us to come to some decision on how to go about doing this. My thought is that the members of the board reach out to the community and talk to the community about individuals who they believe would be able to provide the leadership and be able to provide the collaboration required in order for the village to move forward. And in doing so, what the process would essentially be one where we'd go out and we would, again, talk with members of the community. Those who have an interest then would supply a letter of interest, a background statement or a resume, and a proof of being a qualified elector. And let me kind of clarify, Mr. Chappell, what that essentially entails.
Mayor Pro Tem, that is somebody that resides in the villages and is qualified to vote in the village in village elections.
Got it. Okay. And that information then be directed to our village clerk, who would then collect that information and provide that information to each of us for review. And again, I mean, it may take some time to do this, but I would like to suggest that we, we can have some discussion here about whether that is a viable way to go about doing it, and that we set some time frame for collecting that information in order for us to do review. So I'd like to open it up then for discussion from the governing body. So again, I guess our first, before we do that, is there a motion to approve filling the vacancy of the mayor's office? Filling the methodology, I'm sorry, for the vacancy of the mayor's office.
And what is that methodology? Could you?
Well, again, as I just described, that we'd go out and we would be, and again, that doesn't mean that we have to hold to that. It means that we can begin that as a place of departure for discussion.
You're giving us, we're giving ourselves permission to go out and.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that I don't see a problem with that. The interesting thing is, I think that may have already started. And I think this is going to go a lot easier than what we had imagined, because, I've been looking around, and you have, and I think there's overlap. So I think this is going to be an easier decision than we thought it was going to be even a month ago. Now, to broaden the base for consideration is what you'd like to vote on, and I have no problem with that. My one issue and request is I do not want to taint this person with our problems and internal fighting that we have going on in regards to the lawsuits and the palindrome development. So I think we're able to settle that on our own, and when we get through those issues, and namely the site development plans as the cure, I think we can move very quickly on who that person should be.
Trustee Kiefer?
Well, I don't know of anybody clamoring to get into this arena. So if you guys have some overlap, and my recruiting efforts have been very futile. So I support this methodology.
Trustee Radovich?
3 words come to mind with me: tar and feather. I don't support the methodology of referendum. I just don't see that as being a viable approach. We do have to appoint someone, and I think asking the public for either names or for people that might be interested is a good starting point. So I don't have any problems with what you're suggesting, Mayor Pro Tem. It's going to have to be someone that sits kind of away from the fray of everything that we've been through for the past 2 years. And that's the difficult part, because the fray has been pretty substantial. So so I think that I too have a couple of ideas for a mayor, and I'm looking forward to going there. I do agree with Trustee Benavidez that the palindrome project has to be down the road before I would make a decision on a mayor. We have to get past that.
I would certainly agree with your sentiment.
Sorry?
I would definitely agree with your sentiment that you expressed here. I think it does need to be someone who's been outside the fray, and that sometimes is difficult to find. Okay.
And 6,000 people.
Yeah, and someone who'd be willing to, I guess, put up with all of us is the other part of it. Okay. So I guess it's not too.
And put up with all of them.
So.
Trustee, right now, may I ask a question? And I don't know if this is being considered, but, we keep talking about communication. We have the village vision. Can we advertise the mayor position like a job? I mean, because there may be people out there, and those are the people that aren't part of the fray, right? Because those are the ones that are not watching our board meetings, aren't coming to these meetings, aren't seeing, but have an interest in their community, have interest in their neighborhood, have interest that we kind of post it like a job.
Yeah, the Journal on Sunday.
What do you think?
Craigslist.
Trustee Benavidez, what do you think?
I'm not sure about the
advertisement.
I don't know if I want to do a posting for it. I think, I'm afraid what might happen. I think what the methodology that you suggested, where if the trustees have somebody in mind, and we can keep it narrow to just at least less than 5, the number of people I can count on one hand, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any further comment from any members of the board? Okay. So let me kind of call the question. So this would then approve the methodology as we just talked about, fill the vacancy of the mayor pursuant to 3-11-2.
Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me for the interruption, but I don't believe we ever got a motion on how we wanted to move. Trustee Benavides entered into it with a question about what the methodology was, but we never received a motion to. So we need to start there,
Okay,
please.
so let me say, so then is there a motion then to approve the methodology that has been discussed?
Can't Mayor Pro Tem Renaud, as a trustee, make that motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion that we approve the methodology for selecting the mayor. Okay?
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, for the methodology to select the mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem, if you would just reiterate what your methodology was.
Methodology is that as each members of the trustees goes out to the community, they then, solicit input from the community, have those individuals submit letters of interest, have those individuals submit a background statement or resume, and also proof of being a qualified elector in the village of Los Ranchos. That information then be forwarded to village clerk, at which time that information then can be shared with each of the members of the board.
Do we also have a time frame with that?
My initial time frame I thought was, we're going to be the end of September, but I don't know whether that is reasonable or not.
I'm sorry, the end of September or beginning, what'd you say?
The end of September is what I thought about. Or do you want to postpone that until after we have some resolution to the palindrome project?
Well, I mean, I'm going to postpone when we actually do the selection till after we have resolution, yes. Okay. End of September, end of October is fine by me.
Yeah.
Which do you prefer?
Well, it's going to be beyond this year because the palindrome project is going through site development plan process shortly, I think. So it'll be into 2025.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see bringing somebody on board like January 2025, yeah.
That could work.
But would you like to have the cutoff date as the end of October for?
This would be for the receipt of of individuals interested in the position.
Yes.
That seems like a good time frame.
Okay, end of October.
So it would be October 30 is
31st.
Trustee Kiefer?
And that's
okay.
That's the date when they have to submit
right
what you asked for to
exactly
to Clerk Danielle.
31st though, not the 30th, right?
Yeah. 31st of October. Okay.
Okay.
With that in mind.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry? Right. Yeah. Okay. Is there a second to the motion then?
Let's see.
To include the 31st
Who made the
of
motion?
October?
I didn't make the motion, right? So I can second it. I'll second that, yeah.
Okay, all right. Let me then call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
No. Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Ranovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay. New business? Resolution stating the participation in the local government road fund program administered by the New Mexico Department of Transportation. Administrator Avila.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, this is a acceptance to move forward. We asked for a amount of over $500,000 for projects on La Senda Lane, Schulte West, Vineyard Street, and those were for crack seal, and then pavement rehabilitation on Pueblo Solano, east of 4th, and Guadalupe Trail from Ranchitos to El Pueblo. That was the total budget for that. We're able to do that with the amount of $374,709. So there is some budgeted match money to help us get there, but this resolution is for moving forward with the road fund agreement, and that is the 200,000 that's outlaid by the department, and then we're matching the difference. So what you're voting for here is to accept that 200,000 on these projects that I just mentioned here.
So, excuse me, so is there a, let's see, is there a motion to approve resolution number 2024-08-02?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2024-08-02.
Is there a second?
I'll second, excuse me, I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion from the governing body? Trustee Benavides?
I have none.
Trustee Kiefer?
None.
Trustee Radovich?
I have none also.
Trustee Rhino, none. Okay. Floor now closed for comments. Complete. So this now is to approve the resolution. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rhino, yes. Okay, motion carried 4-0. Okay, discussion and approval of resolution number 2024-0803, resolution extending moratorium on processing of applications for new development within the village center zone with certain exceptions. So Director Hill.
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, before you is a proposal to extend an already existing moratorium. The date that is set will be March 5th. I apologize. Where is
March 31st.
March 31st.
Oh, I apologize. I'm starting to get a little blurry here. March 31st, 2025, as noted in the proposed resolution.
No further comment?
No further comment.
Okay, all right, okay. So is there a, excuse me, is there a motion to approve resolution 2024-08-03?
We did that, right? Oh, okay.
I make a motion to approve 2024-08-03.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion from the governing body? Trustee
Yes,
Benavides.
yeah, thank you. Does the village have any pending village center applications?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Benavides, no, at this time we do not.
Okay, that's all I have.
Trustee Kiefer?
I guess my question is, what are we doing to ensure that this is the last extension? I guess, because we were talking about committees earlier, right? And I think it was, what, a month, 2 months ago, the formation of committees came before us, and we didn't jump on that. So has the committee been formed? What's going on to work on the village center zone and make sure that we don't have minimum density requirements?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer, and trustees, we are already beginning to work on a draft of the village center zone based on comments that were made by the Citizens Committee. We are putting together a work program for our Planning and Zoning Commission and the working sessions that we are asking them to do. This project is a high priority. So it is our intention to draft it, put it into public review, hopefully in plenty of time before this March 31st date is reached. So we want to have that in place long before this proposed extension expires, and hopefully there will not be a need for another one.
And Director Hill, am I understanding that the CAC as it was is reviewing this, or just what they did and then staff is tweaking it? Or are we engaging another citizens advisory committee to get public input?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer, we are basing proposed changes based on the work the CAC has already done. But in the event we create a draft that the Planning and Zoning Commission wants to bring to public hearings, those will be public hearings and we will re-engage the citizens for new comments.
Thank you, and I guess that's, I'd like to see some type of citizen engagement sooner than later, than it being recommended by planning and zoning. Because I think if we, I think the Citizens Advisory Committee has been very crucial in the C1 tweaks that they made. As we saw in 299, they've done great and important things. And not saying it has to be the same individuals, because they have lives and may want to, get back to them. But people that have an interest in the Village Center Zone, that they're asked to see what type of participation. So I know, Administrator Avila, you tried this a couple months ago. So hopefully maybe we can get to that in September of bringing the charters that we talked about to do these committees, to form this committee, to get this committee going quickly so that we can hopefully find some volunteers to execute on these really important zones.
Yeah. And Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer, I will also add that the pattern at this point would not be much different than what we have done for Ordinance 299, where there was a Citizens Committee review, a Planning Commission review, and then follow-up public meetings to make sure that we answered as many concerns as we possibly could. We would follow a similar pattern with the VC zone, and if there is a finding that that process is not sufficient and a specific committee is needed to finish it, then certainly we would do that.
I have a comment related, if I can. Actually two. One is, I don't see any reason why we couldn't formulate a CAC before we have this kind of new approach to what the responsibilities of the CAC are, for one. The other is, you said, Makita, you said that you had already started on looking at that zone. Are you talking about the C1 zone that the CAC already looked at? Is that what you're referring to?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Radnovich, we're reviewing the comments from the CAC regarding the Village Center Zone.
I don't think there were.
There have been, yes.
So, trustees, Mayor Pro Tem, what has been developing is a work session with the P&Z, okay? That's where public comment can come in. And that can get started right away. There's actually, we haven't started the agenda for the next meeting, but those are coming at least monthly, and they can move up from there. So from that public input, plus the work that's already been done, and there has been work done because I've seen it being done, then it can be brought before P&Z and then to the trustees, and well within the time frame of the moratorium. So what Director Hill is saying is that we have a public process, and we've extended it and expanded it by using the work sessions with P&Z. And with that, we think we can formulate an ordinance and go before P&Z and then before the Board of Trustees, well within the time frame of the moratorium.
Could I ask the the head of the director of the last CAC, if you can speak to this, Robert, because I guess I'm a little lost. Is that okay with the rest of the trustees?
Robert, why don't you come to the microphone?
Yes, please do.
Robert Chavez, 324 Enchanted Valley Place Northwest, former or chairman of the old CAC. We pressed on the C1 and accomplished that within about a 4-month period and got it passed. We wanted to address the VC and work on it, but the administration stonewalled us in certain respects and didn't set that as a priority. So we then took on the heavy lifting of the VC zone. We did little or no work on the VC, on the conservation, 284, excuse me. We did little or no work on the VC. So there isn't much work that the CAC did. We do have a lot of opinions on that. But little or no work was done, okay?
No, and thank you for the clarification, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. So what I understand is that what we have is not considered complete by the CAC, and we would certainly want a complete review record from the CAC on the zone. So I apologize for the confusion.
And I have one other comment. I think Robert Chavez did an exemplary job with the last CAC. He has shown concern for the Village Center zone during that time, and he organized a really good group of people. So he doesn't want to do it again. So I would recommend that we.
Robert? Okay.
Well, I would recommend that we at least talk to Robert about heading up another CAC as chairman. And he may not want to do it, but I would.
What I would suggest, and again, I mean, I think we're thinking on the same page. I'd like to get a committee formed sooner than later.
Yeah.
Okay. And certainly there's initial staff review. One of the things that I'm aware of is that there are other versions of the VC zone ordinance that we should also take a look at. Because those may have some further insight into what we might want to do with the revision to the VC ordinance. And I would, again, certainly suggest that we, that include residents on this committee, and that meetings will be posted, that there would certainly be a general meetings for the public to weigh in order for us to reach the March deadline. So again, I would, and thinking about it, one of the things that I become aware of is that we have to then advertise the ordinance and we have to be able to vote on the ordinance. We're looking at voting the ordinance in March, then it's back in, I guess, in February to do the advertisement. Is that correct?
Mayor Pro Tem, trustees, yes, so we'll need to back it up a couple of months, so it'll probably need to get to P&Z by January. Their recommendation to the board, we would ask for advertisement in February and adopt in March, should that be the will of the trustees.
Mayor Pro Tem, this seems very tight to me, and I know we've been putting this off, but that's only 7 months from next month. We may want to, and I hate to say this, but we may want to extend it beyond March, extend the moratorium beyond March, because I don't know if it can be done that quickly. It's going to be a very complicated zone to attack, and there's going to be a lot of voices to be heard, and that seems like a short amount of time to me. 7 months.
Well, really, that's 4 months working on it, starting in September.
Right.
right? Before you bring it in January for a vote
So
at P&Z.
it seems very, very tight to me. I guess I'd offer that we may want to extend it beyond March. Yes, that's true.
That's true. You know, you have a holiday in there, have the holidays in there as well. How far out, you know, would you
I was
suggest?
thinking June, yeah, I was thinking maybe June.
In June?
That's what I was.
Maybe end of June, start the new fiscal year, July 1 with.
Okay. Okay. So, okay, so would we then, okay, so we have a, let's see. Okay, so we have an amendment to approve in a second. Discussion of governing
Mayor
body.
Pro Tem, sorry, my
Yeah, we do.
apologies. We have some folks that signed up.
Okay. So before we move on then, let's hear then, Jeff Phillips, do you have a comment?
Good evening. Jeff Phillips, 605 Schulte Road, Northwest. I don't have any prepared remarks because this is something that's kind of been floating. I was on the Planning and Zoning Commission last decade, and we worked very hard, diligently, and looking at the master plan and looking at the existing village center zone code. So when it was adopted as ordinance, I believe 265, January of 2018, that was after a significant amount of work. And that was a change from the previous village center zone code. I kind of don't care, but the absence of any fidelity towards past work, a couple decades worth of work, it was unanimously approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission and unanimously approved by the Board of Trustees and signed by Mayor Abraham, January of 2018. There was fidelity to the master plan. There was fidelity to the public involvement. Attorney Chappell was there advising us all along. We had public meetings. We toured the village. The height and the setback and the absence of vehicles in the front, it was all part of the vision. I know the vision has changed. I know maybe the vision wasn't appreciated by people who received the vision when it was actually put into place. That's all real. I would just ask that that the process have some long view back and forward, and an appreciation that it wasn't just pulled out of somebody's ear and dropped and passed. And the vision may have changed, and it clearly there's some hesitation about it. And the only other thing is by extending, it was already going to be 13 months by the time the end of March came around. Extending further, there's a difference with this moratorium than with the moratorium for the pilot, for this conservation subdivision pilot. This moratorium is preventing anybody from taking action in that VC zone with their property, and I think at some point that gets in the neighborhood of taking. And I guess that's it. It was just more of a random thoughts. Thank you.
Tom Donlin, yeah.
Good evening once again. My name is Tom Donlin. It's a pleasure to be before you, Mayor Pro Tem and Trustees again. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest, and I'm here to speak on, I'm glad to see the process going on. It's good to hear you being saying that you really want the public input on what's happening, and making sure that that's a part of what happens. I very much appreciate that. I think that it is a short time, and I appreciate the notion that you want to extend it. I agree that it's also, we need to make that as brief a time as we can so that people can move forward with projects in that zone. One of the things that I'm personally really upset at what was developed last time, because it created this big hole in terms of how decisions were made. And that wasn't noticed by all the people that were working on it, that allowed there to be some question as to how plats and site development plans are to be developed. And I think one of the things is it took out a lot of public input into probably the project that the public cared the most about, and leaves us in a situation now where we're struggling to be able to have input on that project because they went ahead, even though they knew they were taking a risk, they've gone ahead and built a project that was clearly not wanted by the citizens, that the citizens had clearly said that wasn't what they wanted. And we had an administration that chose to ignore the residents speaking out on that. And now we're in a process of what do we do with something that isn't what was designed. We have a residential development in what was supposed to be a commercial project. And that, you know, we're not going to get the gross receipts out of this like we would have with a commercial project. We really don't have any of the public areas that were specified in the redevelopment plan. So it's, take the time, do something creative, and let us have the time to do it, and I appreciate your support of that. Thank you very much.
Courtney McKenzie.
Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail Northwest. I think we do need to take the time. There are some things that got in there, like saying a minimum of 12 units on half an acre and a minimum of 24 units on a whole acre. There's some things that definitely need to be revised there. And I would say take the time, and I think that a lot of citizens are very interested in trying to help in various parts of this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion from the governing body? Trustee Benavides?
Yes. So I think Jeff Phillips is correct in that it was vetted at the time, and it was unanimously voted on, and there was plenty of opportunities for public comment, and sentiment has changed. Okay, the big mistake was not, I don't know, maybe there are various mistakes along the way that led to the project that's not very popular. But I think the biggest mistake was circumventing the normal P&Z review process. That could have solved so many issues, right? But I think Jeff Phillips makes an excellent point that regardless of how much effort you put into it, sometimes you don't know the outcome until you see what somebody does with it. And then you learn from your mistakes. But anybody that's really interested in researching how we got to this point should look at the P&Z committee in 2018 that approved it and see how that all came about. That's all I have.
Trustee Kiefer?
I have nothing.
Trustee Radovich, yeah.
I feel very similarly to Trustee Benavides on this. There were people, I mean, I was there, and there were people, many people, that supported that approach. I think the devil is in the details, and the approach of density, I think, is lesser than the way that building went together. If that building would have been more in the form of, I'll use a really maybe well, say La Fonda in Santa Fe, and it would have been stepped back, I think there would have been less public outcry. But I don't think that part of what was envisioned came through. And even past Mayor Craig voted for those 3 stories. So it was the devil in the details. It was the way we put that together and the way we allowed that approval to happen that was really the big mistake. So I agree that we shouldn't discount some of what was said there. It is planned to be a village center, and so it should be that.
Trustee right now.
Sure, go ahead.
Sorry. Were you done?
Yeah.
I can't keep quiet. So one of the things that I agree with what Trustee Radnovich, Trustee Benavides, Mr. Phillips said. But what's very interesting and what I want to make sure doesn't happen is when you read the village center zone, and now that I can speak in this because I've been silenced otherwise, it does not allow multifamily housing, but yet that's what we got. And so I want to know how a zone, or how we prevent things happening that are not allowed in the zoning code, and how we keep that from happening regardless of who the board is in the future, who the mayor is in the future, how we really protect the village when that's missing. And it's not in the 2018 zone. Multifamily housing is not permissive or conditional in that zone.
Let's see, so Mr. Hill, do you have a comment?
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustee Kiefer, and trustees and all, it is difficult comment to respond to. What I can say, and I will choose my words very carefully, is the tendency of putting something together that doesn't work very well and putting it into motion and having consequences that we didn't anticipate. And this is one of them. So when we revisit this and do the work and bring something to you for your consideration for adoption, there will be an expectation tied to it as far as how it is used and approved, so that those things don't happen again.
Okay. Further comment? Okay. Any further comment from the board? Yeah. So we also now have an amendment that we had talked about earlier about extending the date of the moratorium. Okay. Is there any further discussion about that? Or let me ask, so does someone then want to make an amendment to the motion on the moratorium to extend it to June 30?
We didn't do that yet. Yeah, I would make an amendment. I would request an amendment to the to the motion to extend the date of the moratorium to June 30th, 2025.
Okay. Is it,
I accept.
okay. Let's then call the question. So with that amendment, Trustee Benavides.
I'm going to say something very briefly, and then I'm going to vote. So I am aware that, that we may be denying somebody that wants to build something that we would really love, and waiting until the moratorium is expired, which is why I asked the question if we had any pending applications. So that is the danger, but my vote is yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rhino, yes. Okay, 4-0. Okay. Moving on, discussion approval of resolution 2024-08-04, resolution of support and commitment to seek funding from the Water Trust Fund. Administrator Avila.
Board members, Mayor Pro Tem, we've already submitted a notice of intent, and that is the document that's included here with the Water Trust Board. They require resolution from the governing body to move forward with the application. If you've been through the Water Trust Board, they have a loan component, which is generally small, and then there's the grant component. So just so everybody has it in mind, but this is to move forward with commitment to seek funding from the Water Trust Board for the amount of $650,000 to get irrigation in a pipe at the Ag Center to reduce the evaporation and seepage, which can be about 40% on traditional dirt irrigation.
Okay, well, thank you. So is there a motion to approve resolution 2024-08-04?
I make a motion to approve 2024-08-04.
Is there a second? I'll second. Okay. Discussion from the board. Trustee Benavides?
Yeah, so on page 86 is where we discuss the 4,200 linear feet of irrigation canal. So I assume that means buried now. You're talking about no.
Correct. It's
reduce the evaporation.
Yes, to eliminate evaporation and seepage.
The 650,000, is that the combination of the loan and the grant, or is that which one?
That's the entire award amount. So within the award amount, then they'll a percentage would be loan, a percentage would be grant. There may be another stipulation in there, but it's about, I think, about 15% on a loan amount.
Okay. So it's a lot of money. I mean, it's mostly it's not coming out of our general fund for the most part. So it's irrigating property that already has surface water rights, is that correct?
They do have surface water rights on Anderson property, which I believe this is also a part of this amount of linear feet. So
okay, I mean, I believe we have like 20 acres where we were trying to irrigate with well water, but
those are the ones that do not have surface water rights. Those are groundwater rights.
Right, and so it will not be used for those 20 acres.
Well, here's the rub. On that property, we actually have an irrigation ditch, but we don't have the water rights necessarily to use it. We were using leased water from MRGCD, so we'd want to get that into a pipe as well. And I believe that was all within this number that Josh provided before.
So it could service both the property that we have water rights and the property that we don't have water rights, but we might be able to lease or buy in the future.
Correct, and that we have bought or leased all along.
Okay. It's just not that I'm opposed to it, but it's just an amazing amount of money just to run an irrigation pipe, right? But, oh well, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Trustee Kiefer?
We need water. I mean, I don't know enough about the rights of water to critique this by any means, so I trust staff. I just know we're in a sad situation in this state, losing some of our water rights. So we need to get some to keep our ag center going. That's what we need to do.
Trustee Ranovich?
I've been involved in the water conservation movement since the mid-1980s. And before that, I was involved in environmental legislation, and I've mentioned this before, I started the New Mexico PIRG back in the 70s. But I'm having a little bit of consternation with this because I know for a fact that the MRGCD doesn't like to see water put in a pipe. And there are many people in this region, me being one of them, that believes that the water in an irrigation ditch can be lost. It can be as high as 40%, but that's not all cases. And there are people, many people that believe that irrigation ditches they act like the river, the Rio Grande, used to act before we put water in one place, and that they replenish the groundwater in this region as well. The other thing that they do is the acequias, that some of which are very old, before the Europeans got here, have created places that are cottonwood lined and very nice places to walk that we all have used many times in the past. So it's kind of a cultural element of life in New Mexico. And I have some consternation about putting water in the pipe. The other thing, and the reason that the MRGCD doesn't like to see it put in pipes, is because it's a pain to maintain, because they get clogged, brush and tumbleweeds and so forth get stuck in them, and they become a maintenance cost. I guess I have a few questions based on all of that. One is, I think that ditches do further the culture of the village. And we're planning with this work to put that culture underground. And there's many, many cities around the country that have put their rivers underground, and now they're opening them up, opening them back up to use. So not so much here in the Southwest, but there are examples actually. So I do have some consternation about it. One way, and one of the other things about an impervious lining is we've tried impervious linings, concrete lining a ditch or an acequia in the past as well, and it does save some water as opposed to putting the whole thing in a pipe. And it does have that cultural kind of benefit for places like Los Ranchos, Corrales, other small villages along the Rio Grande. So I have some questions about it for those reasons. And I guess I'd also like to see where exactly on the Agri-Nature Center this is. I don't know if we can pull up a Google map to show us, but I do have consternation about it for those reasons, so.
So, Board Trustees, as somebody that ran for the MRGCD on getting water on the land and making sure that that capillary action happened, as somebody that had to dig ditches from an early age, I know what you're talking about. In here, it has lining. It doesn't necessarily have to be a pipe. So that's what's in this resolution. So that hasn't been engineered yet.
Doesn't have to be a pipe.
Right. That hasn't been engineered. So right up front, we have the concrete pipe that's around the First Anderson that could be repaired or replaced. So there's that. And so the rest of it is those that are on the property itself. This is not going to interfere with anybody else's irrigation rights. That's a key point as well. So those linkages that allow the cottonwoods and everything else to exist won't be affected by that. These are on the property itself. Hope that helps.
Well, it does, and the other thing I'll mention is when we put when I designed Bakeki open space, those concrete lined canals that go through the Bakeki open space were originally planned to be pervious concrete, so concrete that allows water to go through it, so that vegetation along the edges of those ditches did benefit from the ditch and shade the ditch so that it loses less water. Unfortunately, the contractor talked the county into doing an impervious lining, but best laid plans, I guess, sometimes. But so a culvert or impervious lining. Could it, if that became a pervious lining instead of impervious, or if we added an amendment like that, would we still be able to get money from the Water Trust Board? Is that?
I believe what's looked for here is that we are trying to at least stop the leakage on the property.
Yeah.
Now, beyond that, we're not going to again adjust for anybody's water from that property or to that property. MRGCD may be changing their minds about getting water into pipes as part of the part of the results of the New Mexico Water Plan. So that's all going to be discussed and figured out. And if we get ahead of it, we probably have a good chance of getting this funding, because this water and public safety are two of the things that are going to be supported heavily by municipalities in the legislature.
So John, if we change the wording to say a culvert, an impervious lining, or an impervious lining in part, would we risk losing, or would we risk, has this already been reviewed by the Water Trust Board?
Board Trustees, the notice of intent has already been submitted, but that is just, we intend to apply. So that this hasn't gone through thorough review by the Water Trust Board at this point.
I think there are ways we can phrase this and word it so that it can save water, but also kind of further the culture of ditch irrigation and add to groundwater reserves underneath the valley, underneath our land. So I don't know if there's a danger involved in us making some amendment to this, but I guess that's some of what I'm thinking. And John's right, the MRGCD is always, I believe, I wish Penny Remby were still here, because I believe the MRGCD about 10 years ago decided they were going to try drip irrigation off ditches. And it didn't work because and actually Los Poblanos and a number of other places did try it, And it involved having settling ponds right at the ditch that then fed these drip systems, but it was still too much sediment for a drip system. So they're always exploring new ways to save water, and I applaud that. But there's a little bit of the cultural side of this that worries me with a 4,200, I mean, that's almost a mile of pipe. That's getting close to a mile of pipe. So those are my comments.
Can I add something to that? Because you got me thinking. Yeah, people love to see the water flowing, right? But we're talking about pipe that only will have water in it when the fields are going to get watered, right? It's not like the main ditch where there's always water there. Let me ask this question to you, John Avila. Before anything gets implemented, will you bring it up to the board?
Board of Trustees, Mayor Pro Tem, this will have another step before we accept the money. Let's just say we were awarded everything we wanted. We still have to have a step to accept that money. So if we say no, then we don't have to accept it.
No, but before we implement burying pipe or doing concrete line ditches, can we see that plan?
Board of Trustees, Mayor Pro Tem, yes, the first part would be design, and so that's what you'd want to see in the process of applying for these funds.
I mean, I guess if we're awarded, we're going to commit ourselves to do something, right? But I think I'd like to see a plan, and I'm also worried that perhaps the 20 acres that we're trying to acquire surface water rights onto, if we already had that, would it make us do something different with this plan that I'm talking about? Or, I mean, do you see what, are we putting the cart before the horse here?
I'm going to say that the first thing we need to do is secure some funding with the concept, and then the details of where the pipe will go and that sort of thing can be worked out in the later planning stages.
And I get it. The water has become more unpredictable. I mean, I didn't even get to replant my pasture this year because like a month would go by before I get water, and I just, it would die, you know, it's be all for nothing. And I don't know if this pipe solves that problem, because if you only get water every, maybe 3 weeks or a month go by, the pipe doesn't do anything for you, right?
It's definitely more efficient. I will say also that I know of many circumstances where municipalities around the state will get money from places like the Water Trust Board, and instead of putting it out to a bid, like we did the road entry into the Agri-Nature Center, they do it themselves. Use their own labor to save money on building something like this.
I mean, so you're right. Flood irrigation does replenish the aquifer, but that's mostly because the field is flooded, right? I don't know how much comes out of the ditch per se, the pipe.
That may be true.
Go ahead.
Oh, just one quick thing. But the efficiency, that would be important to us if we saw some sort of return on that, meaning instead of having to wait 3 months to 3 weeks to a month for water, suddenly it's down to 2 weeks or something like that, right? We get water more frequently, but I don't know if that would ever happen. So I'm not sure what it buys for us. But I'm okay with doing this as long as we get to see a plan before anything's implemented.
Well, and I was going to take off on what you had just said, because in the project description, the scope of work says design and construction. It does not say planning. Planning is omitted from it in terms of the work plan that we're going after. Administrator Avila, is that kind of purposeful, or do we already have a plan then that would be used in order to pursue this?
Trustees, description will be a little bit broader than you might think about just putting a pen to paper. It has some conceptual up front.
Could we make some adjustments to this resolution that say something like, the village is seeking funding to plan and design and construct approximately 4,200 linear feet of culvert, impervious lining, or other water-saving methodology within existing irrigation canals adjacent to the Agri-Nature Center, et cetera.
Just reviewing the notice of intent, I don't see any language in there that restricts us. So if we used some other language that was additional to this within existing irrigation canals, so just water-saving methods, just common water-saving methods that allows other technologies to be used if necessary. I could just point out one. Yes, the village of Corrales has a farm. Yes, they were losing water on irrigation. Yes, we stuck really wide pipe in the ground. And yes, we did do drip irrigation from that because we stored the water underground. But I don't know that we want to tell that to the MRGCD.
Right.
I mean, do you want to come back? Can we defer and you just come back and?
It would be next year because this has a deadline. So we have to get this back from this meeting to
I see.
the Water Trust Board.
We could really do some great things with that much money and potentially some very interesting methods that would save water and maybe even show the way to others. So I think it's worth going after, especially given what you just said about the deadline.
So I'm willing, Mayor Pro Tem, I'm willing to adjust the amendment or make an amendment to my original motion to include the other
methodologies,
water-saving methodologies.
Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah. So you want to make that a formal amendment?
I made the original motion, so now I'm just amending my original motion, so we just need a second, and then we can do the roll call vote.
Brilliant. Is there a second then?
Sure, I'll second that.
Okay.
And Danielle, we're good?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so let's close discussion.
Why is the public not able to comment on this? I was told by Danielle that I couldn't. I asked to talk to this, and I was told that I couldn't. I just would like to know the rules.
This is discretion of Mayor Pro Tem, and he chose not to have public comment on this decision.
Yeah. Was there a particular comment that you had about this, Tom?
I did have, not knowing what was going to happen, I really appreciate the conversation that's happened, but it seems strange that certain pieces could have public comment and some action have public comment and some don't. That becomes more concerning to me as to why is the public cut off from it? Because I would have just not said, I would have gotten up and said, I've heard everything that my concerns have been addressed here. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. But I'm instead having to have this conversation rather than, and feeling shut down in terms of being a part of this process.
Well, what I would say is that there are, that there are, resolutions on the agenda that I believed would not require additional public comment, Tom. And certainly if you have any kinds of concerns about any of the items where there is not available on the agenda public comment. You can certainly include those as material for us to consider. I think at this, this particular one, I think is an approval for us to move forward with a proposal, to get money from the water fund. That didn't appear, yeah.
I support, the piece was that I wanted the things I wanted to say was what Trustee Radnovich said. There was no indication that any of that would be considered here. So I asked to speak on it to make sure that that point got presented. And was, I requested to be on it when I got back. I asked right at the end of the day. If you said on the agenda, these items are not going to have public comment, then I would have included them in my earlier comments, that I would have said that, but I wasn't given that opportunity because I didn't read the email until after I'd spoken the first time, and to know that this was not going to happen. So it's the process of closing for comment needs to be advertised when you're putting the information out.
I appreciate the comment, Tom, and we'll make a better effort next time, for sure.
What you've done with this, I really like. So.
Okay, so there's excuse me. So now we're ready now to take a vote on this, okay? Yep. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes, okay. So discussion and approval of, let's see, of Resolution 2024-0805, resolution stating the participation in the State of New Mexico Department of Transportation Fund, 2024 Capital Appropriation Project. Administrator Avila.
Board of Trustees, this resolution is to enter an agreement. Participant State of New Mexico Department of Transportation Fund for the grant amount of $850,000 for Phase 2 of the 4th Street Revitalization Project from Pueblo Solano Road to Ortega Road.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion to approve resolution number 2024-08-05?
Sure, I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2024-08-05.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Discussion from the governing body.
I have
Mr.
none.
Benavides. Okay.
I have none.
I just have a quick comment. We've provided, or we've given Bohannon Houston Incorporated a lot of money to design 4th Street. And I was hoping Maria was going to be here, but since she's not, I think we ought to put the construction phase of this project out to an RFP instead of passing more money on to that firm. Not to say anything bad about it. I used to actually be an owner in that firm, but I think we need to spread the money around a little bit. So just my comment. So I'm in favor of it.
I would agree. I think we tend to use the same contractors quite a bit, and especially if we could find contractors that are local, which means that they could be even from within the village. I'd certainly support that. And I wish that Maria were here, because I've got some other questions about 4th Street as well. But this now is the resolution. Let's see. So is there any further discussion from members of the board? Okay. So this is, again, resolution that we're looking for is 2024-0805. Floor is now closed for comments. Let me call the question. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay. Motion carries 4-0. Discussion approval of resolution number 2024-08-06, resolution approving the Mayor Joe Craig Celebration of Life, August 24, 2024 at 2 p.m. As a recognized village event. Administrator Avila?
Board members, this is for the Joe Craig Celebration of Life, and is using village facilities. As mayor, past mayor of the village. It is right that we are able to participate in the celebration, and before you is the resolution to recognize it as a village event.
Is there a motion to approve resolution number 2024-08-06?
I'll make a motion to approve number 2024-08-06.
Is there a second?
I second.
Discussion from the governing body. Trustee Benavides?
I have none.
Trustee Kiefer?
No.
Trustee Radnovich?
I have none.
Trustee Rhino? None. Okay. The floor is closed for comments. Before we call the question, okay, I'm sorry. So the floor is now closed for comments. Let's do roll call. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radnovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rhino? Yes. Okay. Before we move on, I just want to also put in the record, this is a proclamation that will also be read at the event, honoring the life and service of Mayor Joe D. Craig on August 24, 2024. Whereas Joe D. Craig was elected mayor of the village of Los Ranchos on November 2nd, 2023. Whereas he began his first term of office on January 2nd, 2024. And whereas he served as the Village Planning and Zoning Commission, on the Zoning and Planning Commission from 2013 to 2018, was a contributing author of the 2020 Master Plan, and was a founding member and secretary of the Los Ranchos Agricultural Committee from 2017 to 2018, and was instrumental in securing state and tax bond funding, for the purchase of open space by the village. And whereas he served as the founder and executive director of Friends of Los Ranchos, whereas he was president and founder of the Calle de Pajarito Neighborhood Association, president of the Urban Council, and vice president, founding board member of the Wills Museum, and a board member of the Institute for Environmental Education. And whereas he was passionate advocate for preserving the village culture and tradition as a semi-rural and agricultural community, whereas he championed and preservation of the village land, wildlife, culture, and heritage, encouraging a sustainable lifestyle with fostering kindness and a sense of community that respected every person and indeed every voice. Whereas he passed away following a brief illness on May 21st, 2024. Now therefore, I, Frank Randall, Mayor Pro Tem, trustee, and the Board of Trustees of the Village of Los Ranchos, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim on this day the Board of Trustees and residents of the Village of Los Ranchos to celebrate the life and service of Joe D. Craig, dated this day, 20th of August, 2024. That will also be again read and presented to the family on the event Saturday. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm sorry, but it's been 2.5 hours since our last break. Do you mind just 5 minutes?
Let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay. Break is at 10:30.
I'm gonna let him talk. I'll ask him what they were talking about later. I don't want to get involved in it. You'll get the story.
Reconvening at 10:40? Okay, approximately? Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we're looking at, discussion and approval of resolution number 2024-08-07, a resolution recommending a budget adjustment request related to the general fund. Administrator Avila?
So this is an adjustment because we had not planned for expenses for the event. And this is we know that we have some expenses going into it, and then we think that there'll also be some additional expenses on the other item here to have the name changed. So we want to make sure we have budget for it, and that's all that resolution's about, is making sure that we have a budget adjustment to cover those expenses.
Is there a motion to approve resolution number 2024-08-07?
I make a motion to approve resolution 2024-08-07.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Discussion from the governing body?
Yes, just a quick question. So looking on page 115, there's a description there. An adjustment is being made to add to the above line item to the budget for the village to sponsor 2 events in honor of the late Mayor Joe Craig. What are the 2 events, just so I understand?
We have the celebration of life, and we also have another agenda item right after this that might require some expenses, so.
Okay, got it, thank you.
I had the same question.
Trustee Kiefer?
I guess the only question that I have is, I mean, I've heard the date, I've heard the time. What is the village contributing? Is this food? Is this is there going to be an honor guard? Is there, what are we paying for?
Well, the village is one, as a sponsor on this, we're able to use our facility. Then we also have some cooling units that we're bringing in. So we're actually paying for those.
I'm sorry, what units?
Cooling units,
Oh, cooling.
HVAC.
Got it.
Yeah, that's one of the bigger expenses. Now, you obviously can use those again, but we brought it on for this particular event.
Oh, so we're buying some.
Buying them.
Awesome. Then we can use them in the barn more often.
Trustee Radovich?
The cooling units, I've seen some out there that are just so noisy you can't even talk. These will be like that.
These will, these are evaporative coolers, and so
That are portable
they could, the option was to rent those and have that competition between the mic and those, but these, we can turn them off, get them back on if necessary, so that's what they're for.
Got it. No other questions.
Okay. Okay, so the floor is closed for comment. I'm sorry, closed for comments. And so Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Reno, yes. Okay. G, discussion and approval of resolution number 2024-08-08, resolution renaming the Del Norte Open Space to the Joe D. Craig Open Space. And this is something that I had brought forward as a result of discussions with a number of people in the community. You know, as I think we all know, that Joe was very involved in developing open space, getting funding for it, supporting it. And so it's something that I believe is certainly very respectful of Joe's contribution and service to our community. And so is there a motion then to approve resolution number 2024-08-08?
I'll make a motion to approve 2024-08-08.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. I do have some things I wanted to discuss.
Okay. So discussion from the governing body. Trustee Benavides.
I believe having a memorial of some sort is appropriate. I'm not convinced this is the right one. I wish the trustees could meet together to discuss possible options as a memorial. I don't know if that could be done in a closed session or not, probably not, but even if it's an open session, I would prefer for us to discuss other ideas for this. But I am not in favor of this resolution.
Trustee Kiefer?
So, you know, I'm lifelong resident of the North Valley, but, you know, 6 years in the village, of the last 2 when I started getting involved in village business, and never knew Joe Craig until then. But I can tell you that my very limited in time getting to know him, he was very much about supporting open space, and his love was the Del Norte open space specifically. That was what his house oversaw. That's where his location was. And I remember hearing him talk over and over at that podium about the trees dying, the trees dying, the trees dying, and nothing being done. And he helped spearhead the replanting of the trees, which unfortunately are dying again. And so, you know, I think this is a great way to, you know, unfortunately or fortunately, I guess, depending on who voted what, he wasn't able to live out the 4 years as our mayor that he won. And so I think this is something that he was passionate about, and something that he stood for, and something that in 2 years I heard him speak of with love in his heart about that it's the right thing to do.
Trustee Radovich?
I also think we should do something for Joe Craig, and I agree with what you're saying. He pulled me into open space efforts. I remember sitting with Penny Remby and a bunch of other people, including her husband Armin, all night, many nights, trying to get money together to buy our first open space, and Joe started all that. I have gotten a large number of comments and emails from residents that are opposed to it. And some of the reasons were, and I know that people will have offense to this, but some of the reasons were, and I just wrote them down here, he was only elected by 35% of the vote. He was mayor for only 3 months. He was he cost the village a lot of money. I understand what some people would say about that in terms of legal defense. I'm wondering if, and I thought I'd not recommend, but offer another possibility. You mentioned another possibility, Trustee Benavides, but suppose the trail that went by Mayor Craig's house was named after him. That trail is used by thousands of people. It does span the city of Albuquerque through at each end, and maybe we could even work towards work with the city of Albuquerque for the same name on the city of Albuquerque's property. So that's something very quick that I came up with as an alternative or an option for the resolution.
There will be. There will be. I wanted to kind of weigh in on this. Joe and I spent some time together, even early in our campaigns, just walking the open space. And Joe would point out where in the open space he would see various type of activity going on. And he was, and he would kind of, sort of push me along to say, this is something we need to do, and this is something that we should really consider. And I think that he was just extremely dedicated to preserving that space. And that's one of the reasons, again, why I would, what I would support it. And I had a number of people, a number of residents who contacted me who also indicated that they were in support. But I'd like to, though, stop at this point and again, invite members of the community to talk about this. And the first person on my list is JT.
JT Michelson, 5001 Rio Grande Boulevard Northwest. Mayor Pro Tem and trustees, I'm suggesting that we don't name that open space for Mayor Joe Craig. I'm sure there's some other way that we can think about him. There are other people who have served in the village long periods of time, and we have a name theme for them except for Hooker and Mayor Abraham. Thank you.
Connie Barrow, is Connie still here? Okay. Jeff Phillips?
Good evening, Jeff Phillips, 605 Schulte Road Northwest, Mayor Pro Tem, trustees. I am opposed to this action. I understand the sentiment. It just seems forced, and the timing seems inappropriate. There are still lawsuits with Joe's name. There's a trial in November initiated by Joe. It just seems forced, and I don't support it. I understand if you do, it's no sweat, no skin off. There's things named after people I've never heard of all over over the place. It just seems forced and perhaps someday, we're deferring other actions until certain things are resolved. Maybe we defer this action until certain things are resolved. It just seems forced and inappropriate at this time. Thank you.
Tom Donlin?
My name's Tom Donlin. I reside at 6668 Edgewood Drive Northwest in the village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque. And I'm delighted to speak to you, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. I think Joe's Craig's commitment to open space for all the years, the 20 years that I've lived here, almost every piece of open space that we have in this village, he had his hand in making it happen, and was instrumental in that. I think it's an appropriate piece to acknowledge that. I think between he and Robert Chavez, and to also his extent Jennifer, it stopped and our government from, that they, yes, there's legal fees from it, but that's because we had government officials doing illegal things. So that, it was standing up and saying, and not being pushed away, as that was tried very diligently to do that he very much pushed for there to be a resolution beyond, and to make that right, and to say it was all him. A good deal of that was because there were residents that were supporting him and saying that this isn't right and we need to do something. And fortunately, Friends existed as an organization that could take on and do be the plaintiff for the legal actions that were required because we had officials doing illegal actions. So that to blame him for that you're blaming the wrong person, because he didn't create the situation, he addressed the situation. And I appreciate that he did that. I certainly had my crosses that we crossed swords on a number of occasions, but he always valued this village and valued that it be a special place in the Albuquerque metro area, and he worked diligently to make that be a piece of it. And I think we as a village need to respect him and honor him for that service that he provided to us. Thank you very much.
David Bram?
Hello, David Bram, 4148 Dietz Farm Circle, Northwest. I'm also opposed. More importantly, I'm really upset that it's 11 o'clock and you chose a very hot topic for 11 o'clock. The room was a little more crowded 4 hours ago when more people could come up and talk. I think this should be deferred. Let's talk about it later when we can have more public comment. That's what I think. Thank you. And I agree with you too. Thanks.
Drew I don't see her anymore. Okay. Okay. Okay, David. David, do you want to read it? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Well, I want to, but I'm not on the list.
Well, speak instead of you want this for the record, just included in the.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
I like to speak if you allow it.
Okay.
I drove from Corona.
Okay. Let's get through the rest of the list and we can, okay. Lori? Not here, okay. Nancy Mangiaroni?
Hi, Nancy Nangiaroni, 7315 Guadalupe Trail. First of all, Joe didn't sue the village. It wasn't Joe's lawsuit. It was never Joe's lawsuit. The lawsuit grew out of the Keep Los Ranchos rural group that Robert helped lead, and that group put together a committee to consider the possibility of taking legal action. We decided to, and I was on that committee, we decided, yes, we were going to take legal action, and we needed an entity to be the face of that legal action. Joe volunteered Friends of Los Ranchos, and later, when we needed an individual to be the face of the lawsuit so that we would have the prospect of possibly getting the legal fees repaid, Joe volunteered in a selfless act that he knew would be unpopular. So Joe was not suing the village. A bunch of us did. A bunch of us agreed that we needed to sue the village. And again, let me remind you, there was a judge ruled that the village broke the law. We all know the village didn't allow the normal approval procedures. And so to the extent that Joe contributed to making that happen, he was defending the village. And he did it at personal expense because there's a bunch of people now who think he's a terrible guy for having done that. So just to set the record straight, that is not a reason to deny this honor to Joe. The other thing is, yes, he was only a mayor for 3 months, but he did this work for decades.
The speaker's time has expired.
And I don't know why my time expires when nobody else's does. So how long he was a mayor is irrelevant. Oh, come on, JT. He's not going to listen to me anymore. All right, I'll wrap it up. But Joe deserves to be remembered in this way. He had a hand in every open space that we've acquired, and he cherished the Del Norte open space. And honoring him in this way is entirely appropriate. It costs us nothing, but it honors somebody who cherished our village's open spaces. So naming an open space after him is about honoring our own open spaces.
Okay. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. Gordine McKenzie.
I'm really sad to see the division, and I'm really disappointed to hear that people don't want to do that. Joe helped found the Del Norte Open Space. He helped do the Agri-Nature Center. And as Nancy said, it was not Joe Craig. Robert, Bonnie, Hank, David, Tom Donlin, myself, many other people. There are hundreds of people in Keep Los Ranchos rural, and we had to do something to try to get good government because they were not following procedures. There was no Open Meetings Act. It didn't go through planning and zoning, and it did not go through the BOT. We had to resort to that. And Joe knew that he would be demonized for doing that, but he had the only legal entity because he had been doing this work for over 20 years. And Joe cared deeply about the Del Norte open space, and it would be to listen to people who didn't know Joe and didn't know the work he did or don't understand the politics that went on in the village or what we had to do, I think is very sad. And to deny that the place that he loved the most would be very sad. Joe deserved this, and we should name it the Joe Craig Open Space. And not to do it is mean-spirited. Thank you. Gordine, before you leave the podium, would you state your name and address for the record, please? I am so sorry. Gordine McKenzie, 7315 Guadalupe Trail, Northwest.
Okay. David, did you want to come to the podium?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. David Montoya, 8831 4th Street, Northwest. I didn't vote for Joe. And I didn't support the lawsuit either. But I was part of Friends, and I was part of Keep Los Ranchos Rural. Also, I ran the Los Del Norte open space for over 15 years before I was kicked out. I paid over $100,000 to do it, to clean out refrigerators, concrete, dumps, all the stuff. The very first person that I met out there, didn't know him, was Joe Craig and Joe Brawley, picking up trash, making me feel embarrassed. So some of the things that are said here are not true. And also, it's a bad look for two people that ran against Joe to vote against this. I really appreciate you guys. I voted for you, and I appreciate you very much. And so this is really hard for me to do. But it's a bad look, because Joe had so much to do with bringing Del Norte open space into the village, going to Santa Fe, doing all this work to bring the legislatures and get the money that we needed to do this. And on March 5th this year, he met John Kelly, Karen Dunning, MRGCD officials, sent a letter down there trying to get another little piece on the Del Norte.
The speaker's time has expired.
Thank you. And I will be quiet. But that was this March 5th, and we're still working on it for a little piece that you probably don't even know about. And I'm hoping that Mayor Pro Tem keeps going on this, but this is a bad look for us, guys. And it always looks kind of vindictive for people to take this position. I really hope that we continue on with this trend that we have for our past mayors. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Okay, floor is closed for comment. Is there any further discussion from the? Did you want to say something, Robert? Oh, Robert, you want to say something? Sure, go ahead.
Robert Chavez, 324 Enchanted Valley Place, Northwest. God, it's late, and I'm losing my voice, and I haven't talked much. Joe was an old friend, but as divisive as this is, and I heard a lot of people from both sides of the fence here weigh in with me through emails, and it was pretty much equally divided. So in a village that is so divided over such an item that has you know, it respects an individual that did a lot of work for this village, and in certain respects, disrespects that individual for the work he did trying to maintain the legality of certain issues that occurred in this village. But to take it away from you all, I would like to throw out an option of compromise. Why don't you let the residents vote on it? And we'll weigh in and let the residents vote and see what they say. And even if there's an option for the compromise that might be there, and let's see what the majority of the residents say. Because I think it's hard when you, especially as you get to this late in the evening and a lot of people are gone, to get a true assessment as to what people would like to do. So just my 2 cents. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and trustees. Can you read through?
May I make one other comment? The people did vote, they elected Joe.
Okay. Let's, let me find out now, is there any further comment from the board?
Yeah, so I think what Robert said is good. I, like George, Trustee Radnovich, I got emails and phone calls not in favor of this. And to try to shame me as being vindictive or a bad look is ridiculous. And I will not fold under that sort of pressure. Yeah, I'm not going to be shamed into doing something that I think shouldn't be done.
Trustee Kiefer?
So I have, I don't even know where to start. This is, to me, you know, what I learned about Joe Craig. This is greater than a mayoral election that divided the village. The fact that so many people are giving this high credence and regard, thinking that Joe came up with over $250,000 to sue the village is crazy. That was the community. That was the 700 people. And let's set the record straight, because I am so tired of the rumors. June 8th, 2022, there was a meeting here. The meeting happened, I brought over 300 and some people because of standing on the street corner at Chavez and Guadalupe. They came in opposition of Ordinance 284. I started collecting email addresses. People started saying, what's going on, what's going on? I was running the room collecting emails. I said, what am I gonna do with this? I met Joe Craig shortly after that, after I was interviewed by Channel 4. And he came and he said, were you the one on Channel 4? I said, I was the one on Channel 4. He said, we need to talk. I said, okay. That's when I met Robert. That's when I met Hank and Bonnie and Gordine and Nancy at the marketplace. And all these people, they were upset. They felt like they weren't being listened to. And I said, I have a full-time job. I can't handle this. Please help. And Robert stepped up right away and said, I got it. Let me start an email distribution list. I had people, how do I send money? Where do I send money? How do we fight this? How do we stop this? And I was not gonna let people make checks payable to Jennifer Kiefer, because I did not want that responsibility. So I went to Joe Craig. I said, Joe, I need help. You've got a nonprofit. Will you accept money? Will you set up a GoFundMe? I did the technology behind it. I set it all up. So if anybody wants to be mad and say that someone started the litigation, that would be me. Jennifer Kiefer, okay? I did it, not Joe Craig. Joe Craig had the means. Joe Craig had the vehicle. Joe Craig had the nonprofit. I helped form and start all of this with the help of some great people that stood behind and said, we don't understand what's going on. We need to stop this. We need to sue our elected officials that aren't representing us. So I mean, I don't know what the Friends bill is now, because I have anything to do with that part of the lawsuits, and I got completely out of it when I was gonna run for election. But I guarantee it's a lot of money, and it wasn't Joe Craig's personal money. And there were a lot of significant donors to that. So to take anything away from Joe Craig, to give him this thing of, oh, you were against the village, you are trying to bankrupt the village, you're trying to demise the village, does not negate the 20 years of what he did for the village. And kind of going back to what I made mention of earlier, that I'm getting really frustrated with amongst this board is the wishy-washiness. Credit to Trustee Benavides that he's sticking by his guns, but Trustee Radnovich, when we talked about this last month, you said, hey, he was a personal friend and I would support something like this and I like it. And here we are again. At that point, you understood where he was as a contributing member to the village and what he did for the 20 years, not where he's being vilified, for what has taken place over a very, very nasty mayoral run.
Can I say something? I take offense to what David said as well. I take offense to what you just said. Don't put me in that category. People have their right to change their minds about things, and I'm getting a little emotional about it too. Joe was a friend. I knew Joe for 30 years. I supported Joe in all of his attempts to get open space in this village. So don't talk to me like that. That's uncalled for. I think what we're coming to is, and to say that this looks bad is a horrible thing to say to somebody who hasn't been on the other side of it, as you inferred. So I take offense to that too. I would vote to defer this, and I agree with some of the people that said talking about this late at night, 11 o'clock, whatever it is, 11:30, and not allowing some of the other people to speak their minds is a travesty also. I really like what Robert said. I think that putting it up to the people of Los Ranchos, I don't think anyone's saying that Joe Craig doesn't deserve, I'm not saying that Joe Craig doesn't deserve some kind of remembrance and some kind of memorial to who he was. I don't think anyone's saying that. The question is, what is it? And it doesn't automatically have to be the Del Norte open space. And I walked the Del Norte open space with Joe too, many times. And I've sat at Joe's house many times talking about open space. So don't cast those bad aspersions on me or Gil. It's just not right. And so I would vote. I would request that we consider deferring this. I would request that we put it out to some kind of public discussion, and also I would request that we decide what this memorial is or what this place is together. My memory of open space and Joe, and it's a long one, doesn't have anything to do with the Del Norte open space. And I agree, he did a lot to help get it. It has to do with the Agri-Nature Center and the open space around it and the open space at the Buffalo Curve. So, you know, I don't think that you should have that you should be wrapped around specifically the Del Norte open space with such fervor. I think it is a point that could be discussed among the whole village and not just the people that are here tonight. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't remember Joe in some significant way at all. But this idea of open space and the idea of naming open space and other things like buildings to people doesn't get done the way that we're doing it here. It's a subject of discussion when Bernalillo County, Santa Fe, City of Albuquerque, Bernalillo, probably Rio Rancho, decides what they should do, what the place should do to honor someone who's done so much for open space. I agree with all of that, but to peg it on Del Norte open space after hearing what some people said may not be the right thing to do right now. Maybe we want to hear from more people about it, and maybe I don't know about a vote, because I'm not sure how that would work from a perspective. Maybe we do that, but I think some other way to hear from more people would be a good thing to do before we decide. And if we decide that the Del Norte open space is the place that we should honor him, great. If it becomes something else, great. If it becomes the Buffalo Curve, the most probably visible open space that Joe Craig had anything to do with was that land at the Buffalo Curve that he helped get, and a bunch of us helped him get it too. So it's not a question of not honoring Joe. It's a question of how to honor Joe, in my mind.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, so what I'm understanding is he with the most people at the next public meeting in our divisive village that we're trying to bring together wins.
Thanks for telling us we're crazy. I appreciate it.
I you were crazy. I said that's crazy. The Del Norte open space, and people that knew Joe knew that is what it meant the most.
Gordine, I've lived here for almost 30 years. I've known Joe for a long time. Thank you. Thank you.
We need to,
And I didn't say you were
excuse me,
crazy.
I respect that.
Yeah, no, it was not personal.
I respect it.
Gordine, please. Okay.
Thank you.
So there's some discussion here about deferring this. It doesn't mean that it necessarily goes away. I mean, it's just a way to defer it until we're able to have a more, a larger meeting to discuss not only potentially the Del Norte open space, but other options. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, yes. I think my opinion is a lot like Robert's. Let's put it to all of the people and see what people think.
With options.
With options.
Okay, so where are we now? Okay.
Yeah, and maybe we have a second meeting next week since it's 11:30 and there's still items to talk about.
I know.
So we have a motion and a second. Do we need to deal with that? And then if it fails, we can do another motion, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right, okay. So let's call the motion on the item itself, which is discussion approval resolution renaming the Del Norte open space for Joe D. Craig. We have a motion, we have a second. And let me call the question. Trustee Benavides?
No.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Could you repeat what we're voting on?
Yeah, so in other words, we're looking at the original motion.
Oh.
And that we're voting on, and then there is an amendment that we're also going to be voting on.
Okay. No.
Okay. Trustee Rhino, yes. Okay. Okay. So that one fails. Is there now another motion that's going to come to the floor? So, Trustee Radovich?
I would like to make a motion that we that we ask the people of Los Ranchos how to honor Joe Craig. And that we offer them options for what that might be. And it could be naming an open space. It could be other things I'm not thinking of right now. Well, let me rephrase, because that's going too far and going becoming too long. I would like to make a motion that we honor Mayor Joe Craig in a way that
Includes the public.
Well, in a way that is supportive of what he did for open space and for the village of Los Ranchos' character. And I'd like to also ask that the motion includes obtaining public input on what that could be or what that should be. And so the deferral is not just a deferral. It's a deferral so that we can have a more robust, this part is not part of the amendment, have a more robust discussion about what it could be.
Okay. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'm wondering if this requires a motion and a second, or if this just becomes another agenda item for new business at a later date. What would you say to that, Bill Chappell?
Mayor Pro Tem and Trustee Benavides, I think you can do it either way. You can have a motion and a second and set something in motion. You could say it's the motion is dead, and if somebody wants to come up with another one, they can come up at the next meeting or some other kind of way to do that. If you would like specific input, you can make a motion to say you need more, public input, but you need to also include how that's going to be done and, to be used. So I think you've got all the options that you need, and
You think the amendment?
procedurally, it's just, well, there's no amendment. The motion has died for lack of a vote. So there's nothing on the floor at this point. You can do whatever you'd like to do on a go-forward basis.
No. I mean, do you think we should do a special meeting for this?
That would be great.
But I mean, I agree with what he said. I'd be willing to second what he said.
I guess my question, sorry, Trustee Benavides, would be, is this especially if we're talking about doing a special meeting, is this a commitment to do something? Or is this going to be not everybody can agree whether it's property A, property B, property C, D, E, and so now we're just not gonna do anything and to heck with everything?
It's a commitment to do something for Joe Craig. It's a commitment to honor him and to create a memorial of some kind for his service as an open space advocate.
So I think
that's the way I look at it.
She's concerned that it's open-ended, that we're gonna get, 10 different suggestions of what to do or something, and then we won't know how to handle that, rather than have it narrowed down. I mean, ultimately, it's up to us to decide, right?
Right.
But I like where you're going with hearing public comments as to what might be appropriate and how they feel about it. And then maybe it's up to us to come up with an option.
The way that we may then be able to proceed based on what we just heard from Mr. Chappell is if we defer it until the next meeting. We'll put it on the agenda for public comment. during that period of time, okay, we will give people ample notice that we're interested in hearing about what kinds of suggestions they have.
So I don't know if that requires a deferral, because the deferral is very specific about the Del Norte open space. So if you defer it, that means it comes up as is.
Okay.
I believe, unless Attorney Chappell.
So then let me rephrase it then. So that as a part of the next meeting agenda, that we put on the agenda a discussion of options to honor Mayor Joe Craig as a conservator of open space in the village.
Yes.
Does that work?
Board of Trustees, that's direction to staff, correct?
Yeah.
It's not a deferment, it's direction to staff at the next meeting to have this item on the agenda.
Right, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Well, the item would be then to get public input on their suggestions for honoring Mayor Joe Craig.
Yeah, just that, yeah,
Okay.
just suggestions, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Agreement? Okay. Do we have to vote on this at all, or?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't think you have to vote. I think the Mayor Pro Tem basically controls the agenda for the next meeting, and you can instruct the staff to put it on the agenda for next meeting in that context.
Very good. Oh, yeah. Administrator Avila, you have your walking papers then, okay? Okay, thank you. Okay. The next item. Discussion and approval to, let's see, to advertise the request for proposals for on-call engineering to include architecture, surveying, engineering, and landscape services for the village of Los Ranchos. Administrator Avila.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is in essence direction to staff that we continue with the process for a request for proposals for an on-call engineer. So conversation was held earlier about bidding for engineers. This is the process we would take.
Is there a motion to approve the request to begin the RFP process?
Motion to approve the RFP process for the services listed in 11H.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, any discussion from the governing body?
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Have we ever done this before? You know, I mean, I know you haven't been around, but.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, Trustees, we had this in 2020 is when we went out for RFP for on-call engineers. Their term is 4 years, so we came up on the 4 years. We're finishing up with a couple of the engineers that are in process of completing some tasks, but we need to go out for RFP.
Okay. All right, so it's a common thing. Okay, all right, that's all.
Trustee Kiefer? Questions? Trustee Radovich?
I just have one thing, or a couple things, actually. Most municipalities put out on-calls not with a time frame in years, but with a time frame in years or an amount.
Dollars, yeah.
So that's one thing. So I think, as I said earlier, I think Bohannon Houston has far exceeded any kind of amount for, or we have gotten them to do work that far exceeds any amount that any municipality in this state or probably region has done. So my thought is that the advertisement, I think that I would like to see the RFP come back to us if we could, because I think it needs to not only have a time and a fee limit, but it also should include, it's not just for engineering. It is including engineering, architecture, landscape architecture, planning, surveying, and environmental services at the least. And that this should be a competitive RFP for those services. And it shouldn't be just engineering, because we use lots of other kinds of services beyond engineering. And the limits ought to be both in time and budget and money.
Mayor Pro Tem Trustee Radnovich, trustees, that does indicate the on-call engineering to include those services, architectural, surveying, engineering.
It should include, it's an on-call, well, my suggestion is that it's an on-call for professional services that include engineering, architecture, landscape architecture, planning, surveying, and environmental services.
Did you say you wanted to see a maximum dollar amount associated?
And I would like to see some kind of a dollar amount that it would not go over. Most on-call services are for smaller projects, like a single road, or I shouldn't say it that way, like a block within a smaller road, or a pump station, or a single building, or a single park, or something like that, not an entire $27 million project like 4th Street.
I really agree. I think we, I would like to see it as well. I'd like to see it as well, because that's going to identify then the criteria that would be used for selection. And though that's what I've been used to in terms of the work that I've done and what I've seen. So if we can review that, before it goes out, I would certainly appreciate that.
And Mayor Pro Tem trustees, your direction in that, do you want me to bring it back on the agenda once it's crafted and created for your approval, or do you want me to send it outside of that meeting timeframe for you to review prior to us advertising?
Is there a time frame that we are up against in terms of deadline?
We'd like to get it out sooner than later. We've come up to a deadline of the end of July for the current on-call engineers, with the exception of the ones that are currently in process and working on a project. But yes, we'd like to get it moving within the next month or so.
So I would suggest that we, again, have it on the agenda for the next, for the next BOT meeting, okay, in order for us to be able to review.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
So did we have a motion and a second on that?
Oh, yeah, okay.
So do we still have to?
We did, yeah, so we still have to vote on it. Okay. Okay, so let me call the question. Trustee Benavides?
No.
Trustee Kiefer?
This is just to request the proposal, correct? To advertise the RFP?
Right, it's to advertise and begin the request for proposals.
But you're going to bring it back, a different version of this, right?
Oh, and, okay.
So maybe I misunderstood.
So we would defer the action on it, I would assume.
Until, okay, good point.
Okay,
good point. So what we're going to do then, we're going to then defer action on this RFP until the September BOT meeting, at which time we will review the RFP process.
Which would be a new motion, right? So we should vote, I'm thinking I should vote this one down, and then you can make a new motion.
Sure, okay.
But if we defer it. If I'm incorrect.
No,
But if we defer it, we're not meeting the timeframe.
Yeah, we don't have to vote it down, we're just deferring until the next meeting.
Except we have a motion and a second on the table.
Right.
But if we defer it, we're not meeting the July 31st deadline of the existing contract, because it wouldn't be heard until.
But they could still use the funds that they've already been contracted for. It just means that we can't contract them for something extra, like the construction phase of 4th Street or something like that.
That's correct. If they already have something in progress, they can continue to do so. However, for any type of new services, if we run into a situation, we may have to do a small agreement with them, a small contract agreement to bridge us until we go out for RFP.
Do we have a limit, like 60,000, 65,000?
60,000 is the limit on a small purchase agreement.
Okay, so then,
What do we decide?
so we're
I
gonna do
think
that.
Bill Chappell was going to speak.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I think you've got a motion and a second on this one in discussion. It might be just as easy for whoever made the motion to withdraw the motion for approval. If the person made the second consents, then you can make a motion to defer.
Okay, did I make the motion? So I would like to withdraw my motion.
And the second?
The second? I support Trustee Benavides.
Okay, okay.
Now we make a new motion.
Okay, now we can make a new motion. And so the motion on the floor then would be to at the September BOT meeting, that the RFP itself will be on the agenda, for our review and discussion and an approval, okay? At the September BOT meeting.
And include a maximum dollar amount. I think that's what, unless you don't like that idea.
No, I think that's fine.
Well, we'll be able to edit it.
Yeah, we'll be able to edit it.
Okay, all right.
I just don't know what the amount would typically be.
Okay.
So we need to be able to do that. But then we would defer it then, well, we would have discussion about that at the next BOT meeting.
Okay, so
Okay?
go ahead and make that motion.
I would like to make a motion that we defer action on, does someone still have it up? Sorry, I'd already gone on to the next item. Oh, thank you. Defer action on the request for proposals for on-call engineering until next month, when we can review the actual RFP or request for proposals.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
None.
Okay.
Just, excuse me, a point of order. Does that mean that you have to have the actual RFP available to discuss next Monday? Okay.
Yeah. Trustee Benavides?
Yes.
Trustee Kiefer?
Yes.
Trustee Radovich?
Yes.
Trustee Rano, yes. Okay.
Really?
Okay. Let me make a suggestion here, given the hour. If there are particular questions that we have about the department reports, can I suggest that if you have particular questions, that you are able to then contact Administrator Avila or other managers and, from the village? Okay.
I'm okay with that.
And we can do that, Danielle?
Yeah. And then at the September meeting, obviously you can update us on what was presented tonight as well as what's going to be presented in September. Okay. All right. So if that's the agreement, then I vote for adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
There's one more thing.
Oh, okay.
Can we see the signage proposals at the next BOT meeting?
That would be wise.
Oh,
There's no reason to have a special meeting just for that. And I do have some comments about them, so.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Okay. So the signage proposal, then we'll discuss at the next BOT meeting as well. Okay.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn. Thank you all. Oh, the time is 11:48.
That's one of them. Well, and some of them are very